Sometimes I wish I had a big old schlong just hanging down to my damn kneecaps. But having a big dick, sometimes it just seems like that might be a little bit too much, though. Did you hear about the trophy wife drama? Yeah, I did hear about that. That shit is stupid. I'm gonna be honest with you. That shit is stupid. Like, I'm sorry, but you'd have to be quite pathetic to, like, essentially change your whole entire lifestyle, personality, your persona, your habits, your routines to try to attract a man who is making enough money so that way you can live this soft life, and then you all can have kids, and then you're just gonna live the rest of your life depending on him. But I hear some women talk about like talk about this type of shit, and I'm like, how simple do you think men are? Like the average guy, and like that's one of the reasons why I think with Sheer Seven's content, she has no idea what the fuck she's talking about sometimes, because she simplifies men to the point where she makes it seem like if all you do is just stay pretty and attractive and just give a man sex, that's all he really wants and needs. And that is not true at all. That is not true. Men will eventually get bored of you. If that's all you have to offer, well, first of all, I don't think long-term serial monogamy works. I don't think long-term monogamy works anyway. So you might think that that man might just be okay with that, but the only time I find that a man will be okay with that is when he's much older in life. But if a man has options and he has money and he knows that the field is wide open for him to play in, what is stopping him from going out there and getting other women? I've never understood that type of content because it's based and predicated on this assumption that men are just looking for that one extremely attractive woman, and if she just maintains her level of attractiveness and gives him, routine sex and keeps her mouth closed and doesn't complain all too much, she'll just have free and open, unfettered access to his bank account, and she'll be able to do whatever she wants to do. Right, those men still cheat. Exactly. They will still go and cheat. I don't think a lot of women realize that men are really tempted by the delight or the possibility, I shouldn't say delight, well, the delightful possibility of new pussy. She also says she doesn't care about that then some other one will be doing the work for her. Yeah, but then here's the thing, and this is one thing that women don't realize as well. A lot of men, when they start to see that they're getting bored with you, they will they will want to suddenly discard you. What's your question, Jen? Can I hit what? Men, I'm telling you, men get bored pretty quickly. And the only thing that's stopping most men from going out there and getting the new shit, getting new pussy, is that they just don't have the money or looks for it. That is something that I've come to realize in life. Like, oh my God, like, it's been hitting me really hard lately. Like, this is it. Like, this is as good as it gets. What are they excited about? Um, Here's the thing. It's the excitement that it's the excitement of it's like the thrill of just trying and experiencing new pussy. That's it. That's all it is. I mean, that's all it really boils down to be honest with you. It's just like a lot of men just want to be able to feel a different type of pussy. I mean, it's just that simple and basic. And not all pussy is the same. Like there, I mean, you got. I mean, for the most part, it all runs kind of in gamut to one another. But a lot of times, it's just the idea, the novelty. It's like going inside of a candy store and just knowing, oh man, this bad Spanish girl, like she look like she got. I want to try. I want to see what kind of. It's just it's that type of novelty. They shouldn't get married then. A lot of men don't know this. They don't know this until they get into a marriage. Unfortunately, I think until a man gets into a relationship, that's when all these truths start hitting him. He's like, "Fuck, I want some new pussy." And somebody asked me, Quan, me and my girlfriend love reading this whole got roaches in her crib. Thank you for your dreams. Oh, thank you so much. Would you pursue your life goal even if it was dangerous? What do you mean by dangerous? There's no such thing as dangerous. Unless you're doing, I can tell you right now, 99% of the goals that people have, as I've gotten older, I realize people really put their goals on a fucking pedestal and make it seem like they're so damn near impossible. They're not. The problem is you just don't want to do the work. I've had all the pussy I wanted. I'm ready for true meaning. You say that now, but well, how much pussy have you had? Because every man is different. Some men out there, I mean, and I agree with you. I do think that it varies from man to man. Because some men out there, once they've been with around, let's say 20, 25 women, it tends to level out. You start to realize, all right, I done kind of fucked around a bit. I kind of played around, and I'm ready just to find that one spouse and just call it a day, right? But not all men are like that. I think most men, quite honestly, have no real limits. If they could, they would, and it's not even that men even want to necessarily be in a relationship. They don't. They just want pussy. And I think a lot of women have a hard time understanding this. Being a boxer, now, how old are you if you want to be a boxer? Because a lot of times there are limitations to what you could do. Like, if you're trying to become a boxer at the age of 50, then that's different. But if you're like, what, 18, 19, 20, why not? Go for it. You ain't got nothing to lose. You still young. Shit. Really, you got to think about everything in the context of time and age. This is sparkling water in case you guys are confused, by the way. It's Topo Chico. But that soft life. Can I come up and tell a quick story? Yeah, sure. Hold on. Let me invite you on. Don't say nothing crazy now. Hold on. How do I? Let me. Okay, here we go.
Hello.
Well, hello there.
Hey. Why do you
Hi.
sound like that? How are you?
I'm doing fine. Well, because you're the second person that I allow to do this.
Oh,
That
okay.
I've allowed to do this. Even Hadia said it. So go ahead. What's up? How old are you, by the way?
I'm 22.
Oh, okay, I could tell.
Yeah, I mean, I do watch you very often, and you do not lie about men. You are absolutely right. I am currently in a situation where I am messing with a man that, you know, is in a commitment. And I mean, from the outside, like, his life is beautiful, but I don't know. But it's not what it seems.
When you say a commitment, is he married? Does he have a girlfriend, fiance?
He's married.
Okay, so he's married. Okay. I don't know why you had this. I mean, are you in the room with him right now? Are you in the house with him right now?
I'm not. I just feel bad
Why do you feel bad?
because the sex is amazing. And I
I
feel like
mean, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But yeah, I just like I don't want him to be thinking about me while he's with his family.
I mean, he probably is shit. You giving him all that type of good young pussy shit. Why would he not thinking about it? He still is growing your shit. He's probably thinking about you right now.
We've only done it 3 times. But that's because he
Three
travels
times.
for work. Yeah.
What race, what ethnicity is he?
He's a white man. I'm African.
Oh, you're African. He's 37 and you're. I mean, okay, so here's the thing about this. And I'm okay now. Before I was kind of being funny, but and I was being a bit performative, but I'm just gonna be real. Okay, so here's the thing. You are 22 years old. I'm assuming you live in the United States, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're in the U.S. If you don't mind me asking, what part of the country do you live in? You don't have to give me the state or anything. You can say West Coast, East Coast, whatever.
I'm in the South. I'm in Kentucky.
Oh, you're in Kentucky. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And does he have children?
Yes.
And from the outset of this relationship, what did he tell you he wanted from you?
It was purely attraction, purely sexual, and I refused it at first, but then I caved in because he's very attractive. He's tall and so we just have yeah. That was it. It wasn't that he promised me anything, and it's not transactional at all, which makes it more fun. I know that sounds weird because women are usually like pay this, pay that, but
Oh, okay,
I'm
okay,
glad
okay.
it's not transactional.
So in a way, you're saying that he does somewhat have some emotional attachment to you?
That's what I don't know. I mean, I would think so. Like every time we have our encounters, it is truly magical. I am just like, I would do anything that he told me right now.
So
And
he's
I
not
think
he's
that's
not giving you any
dangerous.
type of money. He's not paying no bills. He's not paying for
No,
tuition. Nothing. It's just how did you meet him at a bar or something?
no, we work together. But he travels because he doesn't live in this state. So whenever he travels,
Oh, okay. Let me ask you a question. How are you protecting yourself though? Do you like? Does he know where you live?
he does, but I trust him.
Oh, see, that's where you're already fucking up.
What?
That's where you're already fucking up at. You should never trust a man in this regard. You shouldn't. You should not. You should never trust a man. You shouldn't. Because here's the thing. I'm gonna be honest with you. A man who is willing to have this type of extramarital relationship and he never put any type of like rules from the outset on it, like he knows that okay, you know what? To some extent, he recognizes that this is wrong. And I'm not saying you have to do this aloud or anything, but like you got to be very careful with situations like this because I'm gonna be honest with you. Men, when they're married, okay, two things are going to end up happening. Either he's going to, if it's not transactional from the outset, right? If he hasn't clearly expressed to you, like, this is it, this is all I want, I like, of course, I like you as a person and the sex is amazing, but I just want it to be this and this alone. Like, he hasn't expressed that at all, right?
Well, he did because I was feeling hurt by something that happened. So I was like, I hate you. And then he was like, that day, he told me, we're just having this and that's it. And then the next time we did it, I'm like, I can't keep doing this because my feelings are getting involved. In my head, of course. I haven't expressed this to him.
Oh, so wait a minute. You're like, you're head over heels in love with this man. You love him.
I don't know if I love him, but I know that I'm feeling things that I've never felt before.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You're not making this up, are you?
No, this is serious.
girl, you trapped in 1975. What is you doing? You better try to get something out of him.
Huh?
You ain't get no money. You ain't get nothing paid. No debts paid. You ain't get no credit cards paid. No, nothing. You just getting some dick. Nah. The reason why I say you need to be careful because, yeah, he may have laid the rules out really quickly, but the thing is, you do not want to find yourself in a situation where he's essentially just going to be using you as, if you're not getting anything out of, like, unless you really are getting like money and or you really just want the sex, like you're doing this because you just really like him and you just really love the sex, and for you are doing this because this is what you want, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you got your emotions tied up in like this, I'm telling you, he's going to start playing you because he's going to keep oscillating back and forth between one day, this is just it, I don't want nothing more else in this, and then let him have a bad day with his wife or whatever, or they get into an argument or something happens, things start to go kind of sour, or he's just having a bad week, then he's probably gonna open himself up more to wanting more. So I'm not saying that it is inevitably going to happen, but I feel like in a situation like this, if he hasn't been out the gate very clear, like, wait, so let me just backtrack for a moment. So but he did say this though. He did say that this is it. I don't want nothing more else, nothing else. I love my wife. I want to stay with my wife, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he said this. He verbalized this, and
It wasn't a serious conversation. He said it very vaguely, but he did mention. Mm-hmm.
okay. Because now, are you open to the idea that one day he could tell you that he doesn't want to do this anymore, that he's good, like you won't go crazy on him and start stalking him, right?
I'm hoping I can do that before he does.
Yeah, because I was going to say that, like, in a situation like this, if he wasn't really firm about this from the get-go, because it sounds like he's kind of like trying to ride the fence a bit to some degree, because I don't know, like, this is a very sticky situation that I'm just like, because generally speaking, if he's not out the gate transactional about it, I would be kind of alarmed, to be honest with you. I would be alarmed in the sense that, because here's the thing, when a man knows I just want some pussy and I'm willing to pay for it, right? It's like I kind of have more respect for a man like that, and even for the woman that's involved, because they already know this. It is what it is. Yeah, we like each other, but I'm giving you something and you're giving me something, right? But the fact that you all work together, he didn't meet you off no website, and then you all probably, how long were you talking to him before you all met?
So I had known him for like a couple years. So apparently he had been paying attention to me. We didn't see we probably saw each other like once or twice a
Wait
month.
a minute. So you've known him since you were probably like damn near 18?
But but we didn't really know each other. Like
Oh,
we
okay.
just knew of each other. And then he approached me and, things just started happening. And now I'm like
And now you
today.
find yourself emotionally attached to him, and he kind of got his feelings tied up to some degree too.
You think so? How do you know that?
Why wouldn't he?
I mean, I don't know.
You are 22 years old, and he is 37 years old, and you're not getting no money out of this. You ain't getting no bills paid. You ain't getting no vacations. You ain't getting no perfume. This nigga has he even bought you? Have you ever even gotten a damn $5 box of Popeyes? Goddamn?
No.
So wait, has he ever taken you out on a date or anything like that? Like he didn't
No.
take you to no steakhouse, no nothing. So y'all met up at the Motel 6 and you let him just wear you out.
That's not how it happened. But, and that's
No.
the thing, like, I'm in school. I don't really need his money and stuff. And I get what you're saying. A man should be doing something for you, but I
I mean,
just,
here's the thing. If you are young,
mm-hmm.
you're 22 years old and he's 37. Okay? I'm not saying that this doesn't happen. It happens all the time. Okay? It happens all the time. But what I'm saying is that typically speaking, I don't know about this one. I feel like you got yourself in a very sticky. Because when's the last time y'all did the nasty?
Saturday,
Saturday, and like how long has this been going on now? For like a month and a half, two,
like 6 months
6
altogether.
months. And y'all only had sex 3 times.
Like I said, he travels. He's only here, like, ever so often.
Where does he live?
A different state.
Oh, in a different state. So you're in Kentucky, but he's in he's in
Somewhere else.
you don't okay. But 3 times though, no money, no dates,
Yeah, I
no
need to stop doing
vacations.
this.
Yeah, it just sounds like to me. I'm just trying to figure out how did you all even get to this situation though? Like how did this even build up? Like how did you all get to the point where you kind of knew each other but you didn't? You were around each other for like you known him for like almost you said 3 or 4 years. That means that you it just sounds so weird. It sounds like a crazy story.
I know it's because I'm not being fully transparent, and I can't because this is the internet. So I wish I could give more details, but I can't.
Oh, okay, that's what it sounds like to me because I'm like,
Yeah.
there's a lot that's missing from this story because I'm gonna be honest with you. If I was 37 or 38 years old and I was messing with a 22-year-old girl and I was married with kids,
Oh
this
my
is what I would
God.
do. I'm gonna tell you what I would do. This is what I would do. First of all, I would let you know out the gate like what the situation is. If it's a situation where I felt like I was at the crosshairs of my marriage and I was on the verge of a divorce anyways, it would have been something where I would have been like, look, this is what I got going on, and I'm trying to get my way out of this situation, right? And I would just be upfront and honest about it. But one thing I know for sure is how we meet and because I think this is the big key right here. It's all about how you meet. See, if you were like on some sugar baby type shit, you know what the game is. I know what the game is. I know
Yeah, and
that.
I've been in situations like that, but this is completely different from that.
I know, but what I'm saying is that if in this type of context or situation, the both of you all are too much of a liability to one another. You see what I'm saying? Because here's the thing: if he's married, you don't know how he's secure with his phones, his email addresses. Like, how are you all communicating? Because the last thing you want is a scorned ass wife of his to find out where you live, and you don't know what she's capable of doing. That's number one. Or number two, his wife might find out, and for him to burn evidence or get rid of evidence or whatever, like he's like, well, I got to get rid of you. I got to do something. I'm telling you, this is a very weird, potentially dangerous situation where you don't know how he's operationalizing his own level of security to ensure that this type of affair doesn't ultimately ruin his marriage, especially if because has he talked about his marriage and if he wants to stay married.
He doesn't really talk about her, but he talks about his kids.
So So you never ask him like, why me? Like, what's going on at home?
He won't say. He's like, I'm just having fun.
Oh, he sounds like a sociopath then.
Yeah, and he was a cop before.
Oh yeah, he's definitely a sociopath.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be careful with this one here because I'm telling you, like, and there are a lot of men out here like this. To be honest with you, there are a lot of men out there who are essentially they're married, they have kids. Of course, they have a wife at home who's completely unbeknownst. I mean, completely oblivious and unbeknownst to her, she's just like thinking that everything is all good in the hood, and he's like, ha 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 ha, yeah, I got you, bitch. I got married. Because a lot of times, men they get married just simply for the sake of societal expectations, and just the way,
Yes, that is so. I'm beginning to believe that because I
yeah,
was reading on this research, and they are doing it because that's what they're supposed to do. Even the kids.
yeah. No, men will literally like who does this a lot too. Men who typically grow up in these very moderately conservative backgrounds, especially in areas like in the South or in the Midwest, and you see this a lot too, especially with white men, right? And a lot of times it's because they got married very early because it was just expected of them to do this, right? And they do this, they're following the script, right? And they start to get married at around the age of 22, 23, 24. And when they start to get into their mid to late 30s, that is really when the quote unquote boredom really begins to kick in. And they realize, all right, I'm making some good money. I'm kind of settling into a career. My kids are 8 and 10 years old, and I'm I got one life to live. I need to still have some fun. So they're able to really pretty much play the game of keeping up with the script, letting everybody know this is what I'm doing. This is my wife. They'll go to Disney World. They go to motherfucking J.C. Penney's and do fucking family portraits and shit. They go on to church every Sunday. He probably voted for Donald Trump. Like he is like the picture perfect man on paper, but behind closed doors, when he's ready to have fun, he could completely flip into a whole different mode. So if I were you, what I would do is, if you want to get, I'm not judging. Listen, I'm not judging. I want to make something very clear. I'm not judging you because listen, a
Thank
lot
you.
of women find themselves in situations like this, right? And you're still young, so I'm going to give you grace. But him, on the other hand, he knows exactly what he's doing, right? And it's one thing if he really was feeling like I'm married and I don't want to be married anymore, and I'm trying to figure out a way how to get out of this, right? But he doesn't want to get. He's obviously not. He wants to keep his wife around. He wants to keep his wife around. It's probably also because he's also surmised in his head that it's cheaper to keep her, right? So you got to know this already out the gate. I don't know what state he lives in, but you got to understand that for a lot of men, once they get married and they have kids, they quickly have done the math and they realize at a certain point he has too much to lose,
Mm-hmm.
not just financially either, but even socially. So
And
he
I've
might be
mentioned
stuck.
this before. Like the other day, I mentioned, I was like, this, we could both get out in a lot of trouble. How are you not scared that I might say something? And then he's like, I don't think you're going to. And he's like, how do you know that? And I'm like, how do you know that? He didn't say anything.
Oh yeah, I mean yeah, I would be very careful around him. To be honest, he sounds like a sociopath, or he at least has sociopathic tendencies. And I think the best thing you can do to keep yourself safe is you really want to keep contemporaneous notes around your interactions with him. Um, Document this shit. Tell another person, somebody who may not judge you, what you got going on. So that way, in the event, I'm not trying to scare you or anything, but in the event that shit goes awry or something happens, somebody knows, like, well, I know that she had this going on with X, Y, and Z, because I would hate for you to be on the first 48 and then, you know, 20 years later, we still trying to look for your remains and shit. Because I'm telling you, there's a lot of crazy ass people out here that were willing to do all types of crazy shit and get away with it. Because they think they could get away with it. That sounds like the type of person you're dealing with. Like, I'm telling you, like, I would keep contemporaneous notes, and I would avoid any type of pregnancy. I also would get routinely tested too. You got
And
to be,
he,
you got to be
yeah,
very careful with this because, and are you all even using protection?
well, not anymore, but he can't have kids. He got neutered.
Uh, so he had a vasectomy.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what he's telling you.
Yes.
You know this for certainty. You see his medical records.
I took his word for it. I'm not gonna get pregnant. Oh my god, I'm in school. So I believe
So
him.
Are you willing to get? You willing to get an abortion if you do end up getting pregnant?
Yes, I cannot have no babies right now.
Damn, he's never even taking you out or anything. He ain't even take you to no damn steakhouse, no nothing. He ain't get you not even a damn burger from Burger King or some shit. He ain't get you a damn motherfucking Junior Whopper.
People know his family. You know?
No takeout, no Pizza Hut, no Buffalo Wild Wings. You get that. He could get that delivered DoorDash to the damn Motel 6 after he get done wearing you out. He ain't at least buy you some damn reefer or something. You smoke a reefer? I mean, he ain't buy you at least no reefer or nothing. Ah, damn, what you getting out of this? Well, I know what you're getting out of it. You're getting out of it, of course, the sex and the thrill. But I mean, but how did you even fall for this though? Like, can you
Yeah,
not find men your age?
I can, but men my age are just like they
So
can't.
you're attracted to older men then?
I am, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Men my age are just dumb and I don't know. They can't even
What
hold a
was it about him that
conversation.
just? What was it about him that just made you just like, oh my god?
I mean, it was the confidence. He's really hardworking and very attractive. Big ego.
Big ego.
Yes, huge. And I know why. Well, now I know.
So wait a minute. So how did you all even meet up? Like you guys met up at a bar? Did you go to where? Don't tell me you screwing this man in your car or something.
Hmm.
You jumping his bones in the car?
Um, the first time, yeah.
Oh Lord.
Only the first time.
So the second time he didn't came to your dorm?
I'm giving you too much information. No, it was at a hotel.
So it was at a hotel, okay. Wow. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, you know what you're clearly doing. You know what you like. And I'm not saying you should end it because you're not going to end it because
How do you know that?
sorry about that. Hold on for a second. Sorry about that. Can you guys hear me? Can you all hear me? Sorry about that.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Um, it sounds like you just really want a partner, right? It sounds like you want a boyfriend, right?
I know I don't.
You don't want a boyfriend?
Mm-mm.
But so what do you want though? I mean, what exactly are you looking for?
That's the thing. I'm not looking for a partner right now. I'm more just focused on getting my degree and, working. And the situation just Like the first time it ever happened, I was like, this is it. It's one and done. And I prefaced that. I was like, I can't do this again. But it just kept happening. But this was never supposed to reoccur.
So he just called you up and he was just like, "Hey, I'm back in town. You know what's going on? I want
Yeah,
to
he
see you."
always initiates it.
And then he just comes and picks you up.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. He must have some good wood for you to be doing all this. And he ain't even buy you a motherfucking burger.
Yeah, it's really incredible. I'm not gonna lie about that.
Is this the first time you've ever been with a man?
This is the second time.
Okay, this makes sense then. And I'm assuming the very first relationship, it was with a man your age.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this all makes sense. This makes perfect sense now. You are experiencing what we call being sprung. You know what that means?
Mm-hmm. I've heard it before.
Yeah, you let him hit a spot that you've never felt before. That's why your mind is all fucked up. You're pretty much really inexperienced, and I can almost guarantee you when this particular situation ends and you start dating around more, you're going to realize probably 5 to 10 years from now how crazy it was that you were messing around with a 37-year-old man and he wasn't even buying you a damn motherfucking $5 box from Popeyes after he gets done wearing you out. Because the thing is, I'm not trying to be funny when I say this, a lot when we're this young, when we're young and we're still trying to we're trying to like you're still growing as an adult, like you're still a young adult, like your brain is still growing, like you just got the right to legally purchase alcohol, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your body, you are feeling things that is essentially like as a young woman, like you're pretty much very hormonal right now. Like you're very like he has you at the right time at the right place. Where psychologically, like I don't think I think this could have been any man, any older man giving you attention. To be honest with you, I don't think it's just him. I think you're just in a place where you probably are craving some deep down inside somewhere. You're craving attention from a man, and probably the men that are around you. You just don't find them all too attractive, or they just don't do it for you. Or I mean, have you had issues dating men, or like the guys that are on campus? Like, do they not find you attractive, or because I'm just trying to figure out like,
No. I go on dates most times. Oh, I get asked out a lot, but
you do?
I'm very picky. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm very picky.
this is just so crazy. So, what just made you?
It
I
is
don't
crazy. Like speaking to another person, they'll probably think, don't you,
Because
are
I'm
there
just
not?
trying to get to the psychology of all this. Because for this to be the second person you've ever have had relations with, and you went straight for the 37-year-old man, and there's plenty of guys on your campus that are talking to you that find you attractive enough that they're taking you out on dates. You're going out with them, but at the same time, you're having sex with a 37-year-old man who hasn't even taken you out on a date. You all went straight from conversations, probably long nights on the phone, to all of a sudden he's coming and picking you up from your college campus, having sex in a rental car, and then the next two occasions you all are going to a motel. So I mean, what is it about this? I need to know, what is it about this man? He's just that attractive?
It's not just the attraction, it's everything. It's
So
maybe
it's his
that
energy, it's his. So you have a type. You got a type, man. This is
I
what this is. You
do.
got a type. What does he look like? I need to know what this white man look like,
He's
cause
about, 6 foot. There's some tattoos involved. And I
tattoos.
didn't even know this. I've read about this like in psychology, but his pheromones, I'm so attracted to. I couldn't stop smelling it. So it's everything together.
No, and there's not. You don't find any other guys your age range on campus that are just as attractive.
Oh
It's
my God, Quan, they could say one thing and I'm just done. Like, mm-mm. They could be attractive, but I, mm-mm.
I could kind of see that, to be honest with you. I could see that because when I think about the time when I was 21, 22, and I think about like the dumb shit that I used to say, I can honestly see why you would think this way. Because at 36, 37, the level of conversation is probably just fundamentally different, especially in today's society. Because you know, when I was 21, 22, of course we didn't have cell phones like that. There was no social media, and they're just we did our dumb immature shit, but I was just trying to figure out like what is it about this man that how did you all even because you said wait a minute, you said you all work together.
We do.
Mm.
I think your brain kind of knows, but you don't know. And I don't want you to say it because that would be giving too much information.
What
But
do you mean?
I wish I could talk to you and just tell you the full story, but I can't. I don't want to say it, everything.
No, well, you said my brain knows it.
I feel like you're trying to pick up more than because I've given you a lot of details, but you're not sure.
Wait, is he a professor? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, and I wouldn't want you to say it. No,
Oh,
he's not.
okay. I see. Okay. Well, either way, I mean, again, I'm not judging you. I'm not really judging you at all. I don't in situations like this, quite honestly, somebody's saying he's a school police officer. No, he
Oh,
travels for
no,
work.
I would
No,
never. I would never mess with that. No.
no, no. He ain't a pastor, is he?
Oh no, I don't do that.
Uh, I'm not trying to. I'm not going to continue to guess, but I'm just. I mean, hey, this happens. I mean, this happens. I mean, I'm not. I mean, okay. So let me ask you a question because we spent the first 15 minutes, and I was speculating on why you're doing what you're doing, or I'm even, to be honest with you, I'm even speculating on him because, quite honestly, he could just very well be a nice man who just so happens to be like, you know what, fuck it, fuck it. And I feel like there are a lot of men out there like this, to be honest with you. Like,
Yeah, that's why I was like sociopath. I don't get that vibe. I mean, I grew up very religious, and I
somebody
feel
said,
like I
I
know.
forget, said, and this, we have somebody in the chat that said he's just an older man. People like what they like. And I'm going to say this, and I don't want the ladies in the chat to get upset when I say this. It's very easy for people to want to automatically label cheaters as psychopaths, sociopaths, liars, because of course I did default to saying, you should be careful and you should protect yourself. And this guy sounds kind of crazy and whatnot. But to also play devil's advocate, I think a lot of people don't realize until they get older. A lot of these revelations won't start hitting you until you get older. And that it's, and men know this, but they just don't talk about it and they're too afraid to talk about it. But when it really dawns upon you that this is the only life
that you will ever live. There's nothing beyond this. This is it. This is as good as it gets. Your life isn't going to change all too much. You just are going to watch other people around you get older and you get older. The pressing reality of aging really begins to set in when you realize, like, if I don't live, I'll never live. And a part of living is realizing that, and I think a lot of women have a hard time understanding this, but men don't. But like Lafayette mentioned, men like what they like. And there are men out there who just feel like, you know what? Yeah, I love my wife, but I gotta live. I have needs as a man. And that's that. It's nothing more than that. And I think a lot of people just don't want to say that because society has conditioned us to be very locked in with this very rigid, picture perfect conceptualization of what a normal, happy life looks like in terms of you get married, you're married to the woman or man of your dreams. Because women go through this too to some extent. Women go through this to some extent as well. It's just that many of them are a lot more willing to kind of do a little bit more sacrificing and see more of the long-term vision of staying in a long-term committed relationship for the sake of their children and whatever, versus with men we tend to be a little bit more impulsive, if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
and then they don't get shamed. They don't get shamed.
With
So they're
women don't get shamed.
we do, but the men don't, and that's why the men are more prone to do this kind of stuff.
Oh, men get
And
shamed too. Men get shamed. It may not seem like it, but trust me, men get shamed. They get shamed for doing this.
really,
Oh yeah. I mean, you don't think? I mean, you see this playing out on social media all the time. Men get labeled as dogs, nasty pigs. You cheat, they're cheaters, they're
but they
liars.
take pride on that.
I don't think they do, honestly. I don't think a lot of men actually. I think a lot of men just don't say anything because they're like, "But what did you want me to do? Like, I'm a man. I have needs. I want to have sex, and I have I have needs, and I couldn't control it. Like, I I'm a fairly attractive man. I stay in shape. I work out, and I'm attracted to women. Like, I can't help that.
Yep, and that's
I
exactly what it is. He, takes care of his body. He's in shape,
Yeah.
and
Yes.
I can't
Like,
resist him.
yeah. Like, I empathize in a
So
way
when you
that,
say, Quan, that your looks matter and staying in shape, you are not wrong. Because if he was big, I would not be with him at all.
well,
So you're not wrong when you give that
well,
advice out.
yeah. But what I was also going to say is that, you know, even for a guy who is very much in shape and takes care of his body, his physical health and whatnot, this is what comes with the territory of being in peak physical conditioning. Like, your testosterone levels at are they're very high. Like, and if your face card is on point, re- having to fight off this temptation all the time of women, that's going to be very difficult for a lot of men. Like, it is truly a test of whether or not you, and this is why I really do firmly believe that a lot of men need to really think hard and twice about marriage, because a lot of men are going to wake up one day at the age of 35, 36, feeling like a shell of themselves, because when you realize that you're getting older and that this is as good as it gets, like, life does not get any better than this, like, this is it. When you are getting older, especially when you hit around 45, 46, 47, and this is something else too for people in the chat, like, you might be in your 20s and 30s now, but trust and believe me, there will come a point in time when there's going to be a switch that goes off in your body where, without you being able to control it, you just will get older. Your skin will start to droop more. You're not going to have as much energy. Your bones are going to be a lot more stiff and tight. Your breathing is going to change. Like, you're going to get older. You are going to get older. The way you feel now is not going to be the way you are going to feel 30 years from now. And I
That's
think the
scary.
problem is we don't realize this until it actually starts happening. And a lot of people don't really get the wake up call until one day they start to realize they are getting older. They look in the mirror and they see older pictures of themselves and they're like, "Oh my God, I've gotten older. My face isn't as bright as it used to be. My face is drooping. Like, you got gray hair. You're like,
You know what's funny? He
what?"
sends me a picture, a couple days ago, and he was like, when I was in my prime, and he looked amazing. He still looks good, but I just thought I should bring that up because
Yeah,
of what you
like, he
said about the
probably, if
age.
he's in shape now, just imagine what it was like when he was your age, when he was 23, 24. And if he was in top peak physical conditioning, right? Low body fat percentage, like, he probably was waking up with like a rock hard cock every single day. Like it was nothing. Waking up, dick so hard, he could probably chuck that shit like a spear and kill a gazelle. So this is something that a lot of people don't realize. As you get older, you start realizing this is it. Like, it does not get any better than this unless you have a lot of money and access, right? And even then, money cannot buy back time. Time is going forward, whether we acknowledge it or not. Like, time is moving, okay? And let me tell you, people realize this shit too late. This is why people they be having midlife crises because they wake up one day at the age of 42, 43, 44, and they're like, wow, what the fuck? Where did these last 20 years go? Quan, what matters more, for a face card or body? Both. See, and this is another thing too. A lot of people go a long time being very oblivious to these hard truths about the reality of looks and also being in top physical conditioning. And let me tell you, again, a lot of men who are somewhat relatively attractive, they have money, they're stable. If their face card is on point, body is on point, they have options. They have options. And it's really up to them to decide whether or not they really truly want to pursue a long-term monogamous relationship. And if they do, I'm telling you, marriage takes work on both ends, because if you really want to make that marriage work, you have to remain physically and sexually attractive for one another as long as possible.
I don't know why humans downplay that when it's clearly so important to be sexually attracted to your partner.
You know why people downplay it? Because what you'll quickly come to realize, that I've come to realize now that I'm much older, is that not everybody can be physically and sexually attractive. And so, unfortunately, we are living in a society where people feel entitled. to things that they know they truly and honestly cannot have. And so, and I think this was kind of figured out a long time ago, where the advertisers, the marketers, these corporations that sell consumer products consumer goods and services, right? They figured out a long time ago that it is best to keep people trapped in this delusion that we're all the same, that we all can find our person, that we're all beautiful on the inside. Hold on for a second. That we're all, can you hear me, by the way?
Yeah.
That we're all beautiful on the inside, that we all can find love. Hollywood has done a very great job to convince so many people. And when I say Hollywood, people need to realize is Hollywood is nothing more than long form content for multinational corporations that sell products and goods.
That's the biggest lie that I've been told. It's not true. And it only lets the people that actually know the truth get so much further ahead.
It does. And a lot of people who buy into this shit are women, because they get acculturated on these Disney stories. Yeah, somebody, Tyrell, said it best. Hollywood equals long form propaganda. That's essentially what it is. It's long form corporate propaganda. And Hollywood has done a very good job of crafting these very, very just convincing childhood stories that get deeply embedded within the psyche of children from a very young age, that this is how life is supposed to be lived, and every woman is a princess. And I'm telling you, that shit is not true. It's not. We are all not the same. We all don't have the same levels of intelligence, the same levels of physical attractiveness. But the problem is that people feel like, well, I deserve this. This is what I want. And to get that, of course, that means that you have to be, if there's a certain type of man who you find yourself attracted to, right? Same thing goes for men. If there's a certain type of woman you find yourself attracted to, like you all have to be kind of like on the same level. Like water seeks its own level, right? But unfortunately, a lot of people don't seem to get this. And it's not really their fault, because society, Hollywood, the narratives that get drilled into people's heads kind of have told them something completely contrary, that it's not about how you look. Like when I was growing up, I don't know, well, you say you're 20, so I'm 40, right? Let me tell you, in the early 90s, it was all of these movies that would come out left and right. All of these teenage coming of age stories that would come out left and right on Disney Channel, HBO. They would even be in the movies and shit. And they all were running the same fucking tropes over and over again. It was always a young, somewhat, mildly attractive white boy who, he wasn't a jock, but he wasn't a nerd, right? But he was just a regular okie dokie middle class white boy with two parents and a sibling. Usually he was the older sibling or he was the younger sibling, right? And a lot of times the story would go that his parents break up, or his mother died, or his father died, or whatever. He has to move to a new town, go to a new school, right? Or he's going to summer camp, right? And then in there, he finds himself attracted to the most beautiful girl in the high school. And so he begins this quest to try to figure out a way how to grab her attention, right? Only to be met with the reality that she doesn't like you because you're not the jock. Because the jock is representative of what? The most physically attractive man of that school, or boy, young guy of that school, right? And so what happens is he goes on this hero's journey to figure out a way how to transform himself into the jock, or get as close as to being the jock. So a lot of times it's him trying to audition. Now, let me backtrack here for a moment. He doesn't set out to immediately go for this woman, or this young girl, I should say, right? He just wants to join the varsity basketball team, or he wants to get on the football team, or he's trying to join something that is going to either put him in close proximity to this woman that he finds attractive, or he finds himself joining this group, and then he gets introduced to this very attractive woman, in which, here and there he's doing everything in his power to try to impress her, only to be met with this opposition from the more attractive guy. You can't have her. That's my girl. Leave her alone. But then you know what ends up happening? He ends up going on this whole entire hero's quest to try to... Can you hear me, by the way? Oh, you have... I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, you put me on mute. Okay. So what ends up happening is that he ends up going on this hero's journey or hero's quest, right? To try to become the best version of himself, thinking that this is going to be more than enough to impress that woman, only to be told by an older figure in the movie, or there's another person in the movie that is eventually going to tell him, you didn't have to do all of that. You were already good as you are. You are more than enough. You shouldn't have to change yourself to impress that woman or that girl. Or you shouldn't have to change yourself, because you see this in in Hallmark movies too. You shouldn't have to change anything about yourself. People should like you for who you are. Okay? And what ends up happening is they have this aha moment where they realize, I was perfect all along. Because it's not about me trying to fit in and be this guy and change my style and my fashion, or get a new haircut, or save up a lot of money to buy these new shoes, or to do this or do that. It's all about who I am on the inside, my personality. I'm a good guy. I deserve to be with the most attractive woman or the most attractive man. And this story has been rewritten a million fucking times in Hollywood, and has been drilled into millions of people, okay? To where in real life, you are living life acting like you are in a fucking Disney movie. Then when your ass, and so you spend your 20s and your 30s trying to figure out, why does nobody ever find me attractive? It just seems like there's no good people out there. Because now what you are doing is you are externalizing a problem that really is something that you don't realize. It's not the world, it's you. You're not attractive. But you can't tell somebody this. You got somebody out there right now who feels like, well, why do I need to change myself? I'm a hardworking woman. I cook. I know how to make a man laugh. I know I can do all these things that other women can't do. Those girls, they don't know how to do this. They don't know how to do that. And it's like, sweetheart, none of that matters. None of that matters.
Yeah.
The same thing like with the guy who is like, one thing, and I used to be this dude too. And it's the worst thing. Now I'm telling you, if you got in the chat, it is worse for men. Don't be the fat, funny guy. Because one thing about being a fat, funny guy, I'm not saying that you can't get no pussy, but 9 times out of 10, it's like an automatic friend zone.
Yeah, and women don't take you seriously.
And they don't, exactly. You're just there as their jester. And not even just their jester, but as their trauma dumping ground.
Yes, and you don't want to be that for someone.
Exactly. When they just need somebody to vent and just release, and I'm telling you, you are the fat funny guy, and you're best friends with this very fine girl, and then you never get any respect from the guys either, because the guys are like, what's to this nigga? Why is he gay? Because why isn't he bagging her? And the worst thing is, you're the fat funny guy where you low-key got a crush on the fine girl and shit. And then when you guys go places and you hang out together and she always introduces, oh, this is my friend. She gotta let everybody know. Oh no, this is my friend. This is my friend. You know why
You're
she gotta
not
do that?
wrong.
Because even deep down inside, even she knows, ain't no way in hell I'm gonna give this dude some of my pussy. We're friends. You know. Oh, they love doing this shit. No, that's my brother. That's like my brother. He's like my brother. I'm telling you, do not want to be the fat, funny guy. You don't want to be, and then you definitely don't want to be, if you're a woman, if you feel like you're an unattractive woman, you don't want to be, because what you see with women, it's not that they're the fat funny girl, they are the fat best friend. To me, that's worse than being the fat funny guy. But when you are the fat funny girl in a group, where you're the fat girl in your friend circle, and you see all your other friends getting attention, and then you all go out to a club. It was a girl on the app talking about this last year. She said it was so horrible going out. Now, I think it was earlier this year. She said going out made me, she said, I do not want to go out anymore. Because she said it sucks going out and seeing all of my skinny, attractive friends get hit on by all these men, and then I get passed up on. Nobody, not a single guy went up to her that night. And I'm like, welcome to reality. It is what it is. And you can't change people's physical attractiveness. You can't. And a lot of times, and let me tell you something too, younger people, because I'm gonna create this and I'm gonna sell this on TikTok Shop. You're doing yourself a disservice if you sitting back and you just gonna complain about this shit and not accept these facts as the reality to living life and the world that we live in. Like, we are human beings. This is how we think. We have our biases. We have our distortions. Like, we generally speaking are going to want to be around people who we find physically attractive, right? It's just a part of human nature. And what you got to do is, if you find yourself in a situation right now where you're in college, you're 19, 20 years old, or you're in your 20s, or even your early 30s, snap out of that shit ASAP and start working on yourself. Because I'm telling you right now, if I would have known this shit when I was in my college years or even in my early 20s, I would have been a completely different person, because I've always had this internal conflict going on in my head where I knew this stuff, but I was too afraid to fully embrace it, because I felt like, well, I'm a smart guy. I have a master's degree.
Yeah,
I'm
people tell you,
intelligent.
oh, there's more to life than that. But no, baby.
Exactly.
You
Exactly.
like, beauty is so important,
It
and you will
is.
realize how crazy people really are, because they will. It's
It
just a
is.
crazy world to live in.
It is. And a lot of people try to overcome, and I did this by being the funny guy, or also overcompensating with intelligence and being this overly intellectually curious guy, the guy who's always creating deep, stimulating conversations and trying to overcompensate with just being so smart, not realizing that all you're doing is you're just further typecasting yourself, either as the socially awkward guy, the fat funny guy, or the too woke, too deep, too serious guy. Because the reality is, if we're going to be quite honest, women do not like, they want you to be charming,
Yes.
have a sense of humor, but they don't want you to be the jester. They don't want you to be the clown, because
No,
it
and let me
won't
tell you
confuse you.
something, Quan, and this is probably the thing that is really, because at our job, like, he's kind of like a boss. He would be considered my boss.
Mhm.
And he gets a lot of respect. And I love that for
Yeah.
him. And it's very attractive. But
I'm telling you, a lot of women, they don't like goofy, unserious, funny guys, and they also don't like men who come off as too intellectually, like, good example of this, Dr. Umar. Look how mean he is, because you come off as the type of guy where you can never turn off. We just want, because at the end of the day, human beings, we just want to have fun.
Mm-hmm.
We just want to hang out, have fun, and frolic, right?
Yeah, we like someone that makes us feel good.
Exactly. And the guy who's always deeply engaged in deep intellectual conversation, talking about serious topics, politics, religion, whatever it may be, women, that shit just makes them dry up, because they're just like,
Yeah, we're not attracted to that.
Exactly. I remember years ago. I was probably like 28 or 29, and I met this girl in the gym, and it was crazy because she just found me so attractive, and we were cool and all. And so she started texting me on Facebook, and then she was like, "Oh, so what are you into? What do you like to do?" And I was like, "Nothing." And then she was like, "What do you mean nothing?" She's like, "You don't hang out, you don't go to parties or anything like that?" And I was like, "No, I'm not. I don't do any of that." And then she was like, "Oh, okay." And then she just ghosted me. So then eventually I went to, a mutual friend. I was like, "What the fuck happened? Such and such." Amber, that was her name. Amber. I'm like, "Why the fuck she did that? Like, what the fuck?"
We don't like that.
And she was like, "You told her that you don't do anything. Like, you don't want to hang out." And
She want you to be busy.
Yeah. And then she was like, "Yeah, Kobe, you sound boring as fuck." Why would I say that though? Somebody asked me in the chat, why would I say that? Because I was a lame. I had no idea. Like, you got to understand that, like, again, this is during a time when I just wasn't socially calibrated, to when I didn't understand these rules to, like, socializing and dating and just knowing people, period. But people don't want to hear they don't want you to be stoic. They don't want you to, but here's the double standard though, the irony. They don't want you to be all serious and shit, but you gotta be stable. You gotta have your own place. You gotta have your own money. And that's when I realized, for a man, the average guy, it probably will be best for you to grind as hard as you can for the first, maybe like from the time you're like 21, 22 to around 27, 28, 29, grind as hard and try to get yourself firmly placed within a career. I'm not saying don't date around. I'm not saying don't, do what you got to do, whatever, because you're a man, right? You're going to have needs. However, what I've come to realize is that women, on one hand, yes, they want you to be the type of guy who is, you want to hang out, you want to still go to the club, party, socialize, do all these things, right? But they don't want you to be broke. They want you to wine and dine them, take them out. Like, you pretty much got to already have your shit together for the most part. And what happens is, a lot of guys, especially a lot of black guys, they are either on opposite sides of the spectrum. Either they ain't got their shit together, but they always hanging out, smoking, drinking, playing video games.
It's hard for me, like, to date a black African American. I've never, and I don't think I'm going to, because
it doesn't surprise me. But where I'm going with this is, they're either way too serious to the point where it's a complete turnoff, right? They come off as geeky, nerdy, whatever, or they're and that guy gets labeled as a lame, or the dude is a bum. That I think it's changing now to some degree, but yeah, you pretty much gotta come in, and you gotta like, dating is one of those things where if you're a guy, it's so much pressure on you as a man, because you gotta have a banging body, your face card gotta be on point, you gotta have money, you gotta have your own place, your own car, you gotta know how to dress. That's another thing too. You gotta know your fashion, you gotta know how to dress, you gotta know the colognes you're supposed to be wearing, and then you gotta be tall or somewhat tall, athletic, And depending on the situation, you might even have to have a big dick, and you can't change that. You can't change it because you're born with what
I
you're
do
born
feel
with.
sorry for men that about that because they can't control it, but
Yeah, you
only
can't.
because I know that I would never be with someone that, you know. So I
That's
do feel
what you need about 8 inches, 9 inches.
I'm not saying anything,
Oh,
but it definitely has to, it can't be small.
well, here's the thing about that. A lot of times, women kind of gaslight on that because the truth is, the average man isn't walking around here with that type of schlong just swinging around. The thing is, women just want you to have an all around, just nice package. To where, when I say package, I mean the whole entire, like, you gotta be physically attractive, financially attractive, socially attractive, sexually attractive. Like you just got you got the whole entire package, right? Rarely are you going to find a man who is lacking in that department, in the sense that a lot of times, because a man might be neutral negative in certain aspects, in terms of, like, he may not be the most good looking, or he may not have the most money, or like there's other things about him that just you don't find all too attractive, that it's very then easy to hyper focus on that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of times, I mean, the average guy, that's just not reality. That's just not, like, no man is walking around here like a Lexington Steel, or where you literally got an elephant tusk between your legs. Because most women don't even like that, if we're going to be quite honest. Some do, but most don't. They don't even want that. But going back to, not even so much men, but even with women, though, because the problem is that, uh, okay, so guys, a lot of guys understand this, right? But you don't hear them really complain about it. The problem is when you hear women complaining about it, and then almost act as if they're entitled to a certain type of man, where you're like, well, wait a minute, hold on. So it's okay for you to have standards, but when a man has standards, oh, he's fat phobic, or he's sexist, or he's this, or he's that. That to me has always been very interesting to me, like the amount of double standards that exist, where a man could say, you know, I don't want to be with a woman who weighs more than 130 pounds, because women bigger than 130 pounds are fat to them, right? Suddenly there'll be a whole army of women out there that will come after that guy, attack him, call him fat phobic, call him this, call him that, blah, 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 blah. But a woman, I see this play out all the time on social media, where men, they get body shamed to hell. Cause that shit, if you're a bigger guy, especially if you're, like, by conventional standards considered like bad bodied or sloppy, especially if you're a guy that's shaped like a pear, or the motherfucking Mucinex monster. If you've seen guys shaped like this, right? Like, they gotta lose weight. They can't, they are not allowed to have standards. There was this post that was going viral on Facebook, and they did this guy so dirty. So this dude, a random dude who was an internet comedian, took this random guy's picture off of his profile, because apparently this dude is like a very well-known dude in, like, some city like Cincinnati or Cleveland or somewhere. But anyways, this random internet comedian took this guy's picture, right, and then made this fake dating post where he was trying to imply, like, he had, like, this long list of qualifications and requirements for his wife, and he used this dude's picture, right? And this post went viral on Facebook, Now, mind you, the guy's picture, the guy who was in the picture didn't say any of this stuff. He just had his picture stolen off of his profile by this random internet comedian and had this horrible caption attached to it. And all these women started attacking this man. Oh, how dare you? Da, da, da. Like, I mean, it was insane seeing how literally the gist of the comments were that you're fat, you don't deserve to have standards, you don't have expectations, you get what you can get, as if you can even get anything. I'm like, it's the double standards that exist for men. It's on a whole different level,
You're
and
not
that's
wrong.
why.
Like the other day, I caught myself saying, like, I do feel bad for men because they have to work really, really hard
Mhm.
and extremely hard to get, the woman that they desire.
Exactly, yeah, they got to work probably twice as hard compared to the amount of effort that a woman would have to put in. Because really, all a woman has to do, to be honest with you, is pretty much get skinny and get dolled up, put on makeup, stop wearing atrocious wigs, you know, just get dolled up
Yep.
and be in shape. And that you would get a whole, like, and a lot of men, they won't even care about if you got money, education, or whatever. Because I can tell you right now, another thing that a lot of guys, they be gaslighting on, like the whole baby mama thing and shit. You hear a lot of guys, oh, I ain't dating no girl with no kids. That's bullshit. Men will easily date a woman who has multiple kids if she looked like Beyonce. If she looked like she was Beyonce, or she was fine as fuck and she was able to maintain her own to some extent, those guys would still line up and give her all types of attention. Yeah, they would. They would. They would. That's why I'm saying it. Like, but a woman would not date a guy, a fine guy with. He could have let that dude have about 6, 7 kids. She ain't gonna mess with him. She ain't gonna mess with him. Not a woman on his. Not a woman with a lot going for herself. She's not gonna mess with him. Like, she might fuck him. She might fuck him, and that, to be honest with you, that's some black community type shit right there.
Yeah, we don't do that. I mean,
Yeah,
the thing is with women, as you gain more education, you
your standards just get automatically higher.
they do. And I know like people were judging me in the comments saying like he's not paying even for a Diet Coke or a drink. But I just want you guys to accept that a relationship doesn't have to be transactional all the time. Of course, I know if I ever decided to get married, the guy will have to invest a lot. But I'm so into this person that I don't even care about that right now.
Really? Is that serious?
It's that serious. Like he can give the money to his wife and kids. I just enjoy him.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you guys are just fucking. I mean, so long as you keep that boundary and you don't expect more, I think that is all you can really ask for. I mean, because you don't, you don't
He
want
said the
anything
day
else,
is the
right?
currency.
I mean, it is to some extent, but I mean, you're not really asking for more though. Like,
Oh
if
no,
he
I don't
were to,
want no.
no, so okay, so but if he were to get a divorce, so if he were to tell you that he's getting a divorce, would that make you kind of happy? Would you feel like, okay, we can make this a bit more serious, or
No, because it would ruin everything for me. Because my
so?
go
Do you kind
ahead.
of get it? Do you kind of get a rush off of being with an older man? I mean, with a married man.
Um, a little bit.
So you do. So in a way, do you kind of feel? So do you like the idea of? Do you like the idea that you could be like? So you don't like. So you don't essentially you don't mind being a home wrecker. Is that what you're saying?
No, of course. I don't want that. You know,
Oh,
that's,
okay.
yeah, I would feel
Well, I
guilty
shouldn't
about
say
it.
a home wrecker, but what I'm saying is that like you still though very much prefer the idea of him just still remaining married.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But if let's assume here for a second that she found out that he was having an affair with you. How would that make you feel?
I'd be scared for my job and my reputation.
So you'd be scared. Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's why today I was thinking, I said, I'm just gonna end it. It's not gonna happen again. Like, today I sent a message and I was like, I don't know what you did to me, but I'm feeling crazy. Please stay the hell away. And that's what I told him.
Oh, you
Hopefully,
sent him that?
I did. Because I've been thinking about this guy for 3 days straight. My little lady has been screaming like crazy. So I think I need to leave him alone.
You know you're not gonna be done with him. You know that, right?
I'm believing that I am.
I don't think so.
I feel
I
like he
think.
put a spell on me.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's the second guy you ever been with. Shit, he he rocked the boat. He worked that middle. That's why you head over here. That you literally are sprung. You're
Mm-hmm.
young. You're sexually inexperienced, and so that dick has really it got you dickmatized. Like you are really like you're sprung. Like you are. So in a way, I mean, it's gonna be. I mean, if you're serious, then you're gonna have to really cut that off.
Yeah, I
Like
need to, but
ASAP.
I just don't know how.
Because the more you keep doing that, the more you're just developing an attachment to him. And I could tell you right now, like, I wouldn't even. How many kids does he have?
For.
He has 4 kids.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen pictures of them?
On Facebook.
So you looked him up on Facebook. What is his wife? Is his wife pretty?
She's beautiful.
She's around the same age too.
She's 32.
So she's 30. So she's actually younger than him. So he's 37. She's 32, and you're 22. So is she white?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
That's what makes this so much worse, because she would hate me.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You all have had unprotected sex 3 times already. Like you all didn't even attempt to try to use protection.
No.
And did you even ask for test results, tests, anything like that?
I went in and made sure I was okay. And then I trusted to do it again. But the first time I was definitely nervous. But then I went to my gyno and they checked everything.
If you don't mind me asking, did he, I mean,
The last time we did it, yes. And that's why I'm probably crazy right now.
so you let him, wow. So you let him marinate up in you.
The last time we did it, yes.
Yeah.
And I read something about that affecting the brain and potentially your DNA. So I'm a bit scared, but it was
I
amazing.
mean, I would be scared because shoot, you literally let him get up in you. I mean, but here's the thing. I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel happy for him.
Why? I mean, I would too if I was him, because
I
he's getting a
would.
great experience.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm very delighted for him. Somebody wants to know if you took a plan B. Well, apparently he had a vasectomy, so he can't get her pregnant. But here's the thing. I'm gonna tell you why I'm happy for him because you're the perfect side chick. You're young, naive, foolish. You ain't asking for no money, no dates, no nothing. Um, he's not. You do realize that, like, he got you. He's got you. You cut him off now, but it's only gonna last for so long. I give it about a good week or two. Here's my thing. This is what I would do if I were you. I would start asking for money. I would start trying to get him to pay for things, do things for you. Let that be the way you kind of scare him off. See if you can get him to pay for things. Start asking seriously for, like, really start being like, I need you to, I need some tuition money. If he's willing to do that, then you need to cut it off. Don't, you know what? Tell me, I'm good, and then be done. Be done. Be done. Because here's the thing, and now this is the reason why I'm saying this, okay? Because you gotta figure out a way how to run him off. If that doesn't work and he's willing to give you money, don't take it. Block him. Don't ever mess with him again,
What
because
do I do? Because I'm going to be seeing him. And you know what's scary? There's an event happening soon, and his wife is going to be there. And I'm scared about that.
why are you scared? If she don't know that you all been messing around with one another?
Well, I'm just nervous.
Nervous about what? You don't know y'all fucking, so what's the point?
Well, women are very smart. Even if she doesn't know,
But you're not gonna be around him.
we're going to be around the same area. It's an event, like an event. So,
I'm just trying to figure out though, what do you do that you're in school? You're in school full time and you work?
mm-hmm.
I mean, why can't you just act normal? Why you gotta be all, you think she's gonna be able to really sniff that out?
No, I think I'm going to be normal. I mean, I hope he can resist me, because whenever he sees me, he makes a point to look at me or do whatever.
In front of people that he also know. Like, I'm confused.
Yes. Like the last time, it was so crazy. I'm like, I wasn't expecting him to come up to me, but he did. And in my head, I'm like, what if someone sees and is, thinking that something's happening?
I don't know what to even tell you. This sounds like a very weird, precarious situation because, first of all, why is the wife even coming in the first place?
I can't give that information out, because if I do, then people are going to know exactly. And it's
Know exactly what?
this whole thing.
I'm confused. Don't nobody know who you are? Is this not a celebrity?
No.
I mean, here's the thing, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna leave it at this. Just do you. If you want to keep fucking around with him, you do you. You just got to be able to deal with whatever consequences come your way. Because I'm gonna be honest with you. On one hand, anybody can sit up here and judge you and say, "Oh, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that," or get him to pay bills, get that. You're gonna do what you want to do. And you just got to be woman enough to pretty much deal with whatever comes your way. If you truly deep down inside feel like you are doing something wrong, then unless you have the tolerance to deal with the level of guilt and shame then I don't think you should continuously mentally stress yourself out like this. You know what I'm saying? Because eventually it's going to break you. It's going to break you mentally. Because why do you want to keep living with the paranoia of sleeping with a married man? You know what I'm saying? But if you don't mind, because there are women out there who eventually, they're like, it is what it is. Like, I like him. He likes me. We fuck around with one another. And at the end of the day, we keeping this shit a secret. And this is something that I'm going to go to the grave on. I didn't give him no diseases. He didn't get me pregnant. He's good. He's safe. He doesn't give me anything. It is what it is. This is how some people rationalize this. But there are a lot of people out there who are just like, you know what? I'm married. Well, I mean, he's married. He has kids. I don't want his wife to find out. I feel so guilty. I'm afraid of the karma, this, that, and the third. If that's how you feel, if you feel like this is too mentally agonizing, because I'm not going to sit up here and say you need to try your best to try to rationalize it, right? But if you want to continue to mess with this man, you're going to have to figure out a way how to continue to rationalize it, to at least begin to work on eliminating the guilt and shame that you have. You got to figure out a way how to rationalize it. Otherwise, it's gonna eat you alive until you are going to almost inevitably do something to make this situation more chaotic in a way, if that makes any sense. Like, because I feel like when you're racked with so much guilt and shame about what you're doing, we have a tendency to kind of like our body language, our I think she's still here. You're still here, right?
Yeah, I'm listening to you. I was
Oh,
just talking
okay.
to someone back. Yeah.
Yeah, but like your body language, but then again, you don't really interact with this wife like that, right? Like you're only going to see her once, right?
Yeah, but
Like he's in a different state. So why, if he's in a different state, why would he be coming suddenly?
we're all gathering at a place and something is happening. So I was on his Facebook page and I was just looking at all the pictures and I could
Is he,
kind of.
is he an athlete?
You need to stop guessing because I'm not gonna say no. I don't want to tell you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I
Well,
was just looking at all the pictures and trying to figure out what kind of person she is, and
why you need to know all that? You ain't fucking her.
because I'm curious.
Curious why? I see you now. You making this weird. You don't need to know nothing about this wife. You don't need to know nothing about her. What you got going on is between you and him. Leave her out of it, and leave them kids alone. You don't need to see that's you want that. You want this relationship. You trying to sow some seeds. You trying to become the main chick.
No.
You sure about that? Because
I mean, I've fantasized about it, but
so
I
you
don't think
have
it's worth.
fantasized about it.
But it's not worth it.
So you do kind of like it, though. You like the idea of possibly that one day his relationship can end, and that might be an opening for you. I mean, admit it. That's kind of low key what you're kind of gunning for.
Yeah, I mean, I won't lie. Like, I was kind of like
With
cosplaying a wife when we were together. I was massaging his back and, rubbing his neck and just making sure
you're making
things
this
were
story
okay.
up. This got to be fake. I don't believe you no more. This got to be fake.
It's real. It's just a crazy story.
Nah, cause I'm sorry, but he got 4 kids, 37 years old, married to a 32-year-old woman. He ain't giving you no money. He ain't take you out on no damn day. He ain't bought you a Whopper, a box of Popeyes, no flowers, no clothes, no jewelry. This dude hasn't even bought you a damn box of chocolates. Not even a Snickers bar, not even a Butterfinger, not even a pack of motherfucking M&Ms. He just came and brought his damn big musty dick to your damn dorm, picked you up. Y'all screwed for the first time in the car, then went to what kind of hotel he even brought you to? Was it a red roof?
No, it was a nice one.
It was a nice. Okay, at least it was a nice hotel. Was it a DoubleTree so you can at least get a motherfucking chocolate chip cookie on top of the bed or some shit?
Mm-mm.
So it was just a nice hotel. Did he even at least take you to like buy some damn like get some cocktails going, some damn motherfucking like whiskey or brandy or something to get there? Nothing. He just picked you up sober, but you drunk off the dick because you got intoxicated. He just came by. What kind of car he got? He got a nice car. He got a Benz.
Yeah.
You said yeah.
He drives a truck.
So he came and picked you up in a truck. But wait a minute, he doesn't live in the state. So if he would have had, I'm so confused how you.
I know. I just can't give you any more details, Quan.
Okay, so he comes and picks you up in a rental car reservation, or is it his car? Is it his car or a rental car?
It's his car.
So it's his car. He comes and picks you up in a damn Ford Explorer, probably. Probably the window's not even tinted. Y'all didn't have sex for the first time. Where was this even done at? Was it done in like on campus? Because I'm trying to figure out, where did y'all even screw? Like, this must have been done. Tell me it was that night and not during the middle of the day. For the first time. In the car. Which is also very odd because I'm sitting here thinking to myself, like, for the very first time, I'm going to come pick you up in my car that I occasionally have my kids in and my wife, and we're going to have sex for the first time, unprotected. You're going to get on my lap and have your coochie air wafting in the damn
No,
Ford Explorer.
it's a big car. It's a spacey car, so it was everywhere, in the back and the front. And then he tells me that whenever he's driving his car, he's always thinking about me.
So, regardless, as soon as you slip them panties off, pussy gonna fill up the air. The whole entire car gonna smell like pussy. So my thing is, he literally, this man is, I'm telling you, this story don't make no damn sense because this man is low-key reckless. Because I'm sorry, if I'm coming to pick up my little 22-year-old side chick and we gonna screw for the very first time, I already know it's gonna be the damn, unless your coochie smell like water, which I doubt, because all pussy got a smell to it. And women know something ain't right, because that wife did not get in that front seat of that car and not be like,
You know what? You are right, because I did ask. I was like, so how come you never see me before the day before you leave? He's like, I don't need to go home smelling like you.
okay, exactly. So he had to go. He went out and cleaned up. So he came in town with his truck and had air fresheners and shit all ready to go. Cleaned that out. Probably really, he had to let the windows down probably for 24 hours. And then the second and the third time, he took you to a nice hotel, and once again, not even no damn dinner, no damn drinks, no reefer, no, y'all just went straight to the hotel room and he just laid.
The first time we did it, we did have a couple drinks, but I mean the second time, You know, I met him. No, the second time he picked me up, and the third time I met him. So I was here. I took a shower. I was getting ready, and I wasn't hungry. I mean, I don't eat after a certain time.
Let me ask you a
I was
question. If you
just.
don't mind me asking.
Mm-hmm.
It was just regular sex. It wasn't nothing extra. It was just you just laid on your back and let him do his thing.
No. How graphic can I get on here?
You, baby, you can tell me the whole entire story. I don't care because I need
Okay.
to know. Because listen, I'm gonna tell you right now. If this man was all up in every orifice on your body,
Mm-hmm. He was. So all the times that we've done it, he liked the peach and the pussy. But now, the third time, it's like he was making love to it. Like he was just eating and eating and eating. I'm just like, I'm not understanding what's happening right now. And I was just so like, it was so erotic. And yeah, he was everywhere.
and then you mean to tell me y'all he? You know what? Listen, it was nice having this conversation with you. I'm glad you shared your story. I can tell you right now, you ain't gonna stop messing with this man, and you know you're not gonna stop messing with him. So listen, here's some word of advice to you. Here's some advice to you. You just better be careful because this just sounds like this could go into so many different directions.
Yeah, Quan,
And
that's why. Can I tell you something? Like the first time I did it, I was like, oh my, this is gonna be fun, exciting. And I literally said this verbatim. I can never do this again. And we agreed. But then the third time was better than the first time. And I'm just like, I feel guilty that it was that amazing. Like I was praying to God this morning and I was like,
why
how
would you
can
feel
I?
guilty?
Because it was so, I don't think we're supposed to have that much fun before marriage.
Well, here's the thing. What do you mean before marriage? Well, okay. Here's first of all, you gotta get one thing straight. This is going to be the case for any time you have a newfound relationship with somebody who you're kind of attracted to. Like that's inevitable. Like, cause trust and believe me, you don't think that when he met his wife that he was doing the same thing to her, that he was, all passionate about it, doing all the same things. And then here's another thing too. Let me ask you a question. But you are okay with the idea that with him doing this, he was going back to his wife, or at least coming back to you, maybe having already done stuff with her, like, you know, y'all exchanging fluids and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know that. And that's why I made it a point to make sure that I got checked and that I'm not infected. And hygiene is really big. So I'm never
Okay.
smelling. I've never smelled her on him.
Well, here's
But
my
that does
suggestion.
bother me because I was telling him, I'm like, okay, can you not have sex with her until you come back? And he's like, that's not gonna happen.
Well, okay. Yeah. Well, let me just say this and I'm going to leave it at this. Just be careful. I mean, just be careful and just, again, I'm not judging you. It is what it is. You've made a decision. Now you got to live with it. And all I'm going to say is, you know, just be careful because this story, if it's true, it could go in so many different directions. I mean, it could end up being a nothing burger. It could end up being that eventually you all just go your separate ways and that's that. And or it could be that he starts to get more crazy about you, and then next thing you know, he don't want to. He wants to make things more serious, and you may not want that, but he wants that, and he doesn't want you.
I hope it doesn't come to that because there was one day I was talking to like another guy at work and he came and sat next to me because I guess the other guy was talking to me and the other guy left.
Yeah.
So I'm just hoping that I can just end this and it won't happen again. It's the end of the year and I don't want
Well,
to
here's the thing.
go.
If you're gonna mess with married men, and I'm not trying to, give anybody any pointers or advice, but if you're gonna do this, establish the rules and boundaries from the get-go. Like, and never give out real phone numbers, never give out real email addresses. Always meet up at third-party locations. Never let him pick you up from your own personal residence. Like, there are a lot of things that you got to do to really protect yourself, to make sure that in the event shit hits the fan, you need to make sure that there's no paper trail. There's nothing that can link back to you and implicate you in anything. Because the last thing you want to do is have a scorned wife or somebody come and say, "Oh, bitch, you ruined my marriage. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that." Or even with him, like, you got to figure out a way how to like cut him off and cut him off for good. And the other thing is, and I'm gonna be honest with you, if you all really work together, how are you going to stop the relationship from continuing, knowing that
We would just have to have each other's boundaries, just respect each other's boundaries and just be respectful. But it's past that because the
well,
other day I found
what if he tries to figure out a way to sabotage your job?
I hope he doesn't do that.
I mean, hope doesn't give any guarantees. I mean, you can hope it, but it don't mean he won't do it.
Okay, I want to ask you a question about something, and I hope the chat don't think I'm disgusting, but
Okay.
Are you very experienced, like, sexually?
I am.
Okay. Have you ever, like, spit in a girl's mouth?
That's not a sexual experience, sweetheart. That's just nasty.
Oh, okay, we can move on.
Well, no, let me just say this. When I say nasty, what I mean is that's some next level.
Yes, it's a soul tie. I was researching this and I'm scared now because...
Well, first of all, let's backtrack here for a moment. That's not soul ties. That's fake. That's not real.
It's not real.
What people need to realize is that when you are in a new relationship with somebody sexually that you find very attractive, there are a cascade of hormones that get released that bind you to this person. One of those hormones is called oxytocin. Look it up.
I read about that. Yeah.
Oxytocin is released in high amounts when it's called pretty much the pairing or the bonding hormone. So the thing is that when you find yourself pretty much like deeply in quote unquote love with somebody, it's because you have a very strong release of oxytocin when this person is in your presence or when you have sex or whatever. That's one of the, like, it's pretty much a bonding pairing hormone, and it also it's when it comes to like nature, it's one of those hormones that ironically that it on one hand facilitates social cooperation and creates a level of cohesion like in a between people in particular in a tribe. But also this same hormone actually is responsible for creating mass division in human society, where you can actually cause genocide and war between different ethnic groups or tribes because there's this massive amount of oxytocin that's released, within a particular like tribe or community or social setting, whatever. So what I'm saying is that all these feelings that we all have, like when we think of it as being magic, right? Quote unquote, magical. It's not. It's just basic human evolutionary neurophysiology. It's just releasing of hormones and other neurotransmitters when we are put in these different situations or when we have different experiences. Like, it's no different than somebody getting a rush of dopamine when they watch porn or when they do a drug or exactly like it's But oxytocin is that type of hormone that allows for
And
that type of
I
parenting.
caught myself saying, yesterday morning, was I on some type of drug? So a lot
Well,
of
here's the thing. You're going to feel that way when you are really attracted to somebody. Like everything you're experiencing is a part of normal. Like you're supposed to feel this way when you are deeply attracted to somebody. The problem is that you're just deeply attracted to a married man.
yeah, and
You're
it's so
deeply attracted to a married man with kids and somebody who, to some extent, is manipulating you. Because he is manipulating you to some extent. So I hope you realize this, right? This he's manipulating you because first of all, any guy who is 37 years old messing with a 22-year-old, you got to keep in mind you are not normal colleagues. Like the age gap is so vast that he's old enough to know that you still have, like, you don't have that much money. You're like, it's not like you're an experienced, careerist where you've been working at a job for 10, 15 years. You may have a car or not, I don't know, but you don't have real adult responsibilities in the same
I don't
time.
have a car yet. Yeah, I don't. I don't pay any bills, so I
Right. So
understand what you're saying.
he clearly knows that in any other situation, a normal woman that's more close to his age wouldn't just easily do the things that you're doing for him. You see what I'm saying? So like, I'm not trying to cast too much judgment, but on him per se, because it takes two to tango at the end of the day. Like, you knew what you were getting yourself into, but he also knows that you pretty much don't know any better, and he's taking advantage of that. And that's why, typically speaking, when you see these type of situations play out, where it's an older man having sex with a younger woman, especially in your age group, he is having sex knowing that I'm going to have to help her out with something, her rent, bills, tuition, maybe access to a job, clout, whatever it may be. Like he has something that he could give her to pretty much also make up for the fact that, socially speaking, this is not usually a normal situation where the dynamics are kind of equal between each other. Like, I have way more resources, way more age than you. You don't have much. You're still a little girl, but I want you for my own sexual needs. And in return, I'm just going to give you just that. And
Yeah,
you've never
I
been
am
sexually.
being. I should have better expectations because the pussy is too expensive for me to just be giving it away like that. I know that.
I mean,
And he's always like, oh, I'm not gonna say it. I was gonna say something crazy.
well, what did you say? Tell me.
He's always like, it's so tight.
Girl, bye. This story is fake. You lying.
It's not. I'm telling you. I mean, I was kind of freaked out when I heard that. I'm like, what? But, yeah.
Well, we got other people that want to join this chat and share their stories, but listen, good luck. Good luck. Okay?
Thank you.
Good luck. I'll let you later.
Bye.
Did somebody else join the who is this? If she's still here. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, let me turn my camera on. Oh, I can't.
Okay.
Okay, am I still here?
I can hear you.
Okay, what's the topic? I just got completely thrown off with the last person. I'm sorry.
Well, she was telling her story about how she's dating this married man who is 22 who's 37. She's 22, and that she was just so overwhelmed and so consumed by
Yeah.
the sex and everything. So, but It was just a very interesting story. I'm not going to say crazy, but just interesting. So,
Yeah, that was very interesting.
do you two have a crazy story to share?
Well, I'm kind of not necessarily in the same boat, but I'm also in my 20s. I'm a college student, and I kind of have gotten over my crazy, excessive boy crazy phase. I'm really like locked in right now and focused because I got so thrown off of my path. Like, I ended up flunking a whole semester being boy crazy in college. So I kind of took that as a lesson to really just focus because I tune in on your lives a lot. And the last time you gave relationship advice, specifically for younger women, you just said, keep your head down, focus, lock in, because I mean, at the end of the day, I don't I don't really think I can I don't think I can do relationships right now. Like, I can't focus and do relationships at the same time with
How old are
college.
you?
I'm 20.
Oh yeah. Let me tell you something, and I'm gonna be very quite honest, because I used to. And you know what? It's so funny because when I was this age, I was so naive. When I was 20, I was so naive. But
Yeah.
I would run into so many young women, in particular young black women like this, where between the ages of like 19 and 21, it was almost like they were all to some extent on the same script of just being like digmatized.
Exactly.
Like it just and now that I'm much older, I look back on it and I'm like, damn. Like I went to school with so many young black women who and really a lot of times the relationships they got into, they were so tumultuous. Um some of them were just outright abusive.
Yep.
Um but they always found themselves usually going back to the same guy who literally was like just so immature,
Yeah.
just stupid, reckless,
I
and
know I know so many young women that literally just get thrown off their path so
mhm,
bad, so young. And it
yep,
starts it starts in them early 20s.
it does. And let me tell you, that's nature. I hate to be honest with you. Got to be honest with you. I hate to be dishonest with you. That's just nature. It's just that's peak time to like reproduce. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it's a really good argument to be made of why probably college in a way probably should be what do they call it, not co-ed but unisex,
Oh yeah.
because man, I used to know so many women. Like it was so funny because it was this one girl that I was friends with. Her name was Latrice, and I had the biggest crush on her, and I met her in my junior year of college. Right, we met in statistics, and I was so head over heels attracted to her. Right.
Yeah.
And of course, at the time, I was the lame dude. So we were friends, but she was like, nah, I'm good on you, right? And it was funny because she was in this very nasty relationship with this dude named Joel. And they were always fighting and getting into it. And I always used to be like, and she'd always call me up like, oh, we got into it again. We fought this, that, and the third. And sometimes it would get physical between them, right? And
Hmm.
then eventually they broke up, and then she started messing with, because then she went on this whole "oh, I'm done with niggas" uh thing, right?
Yeah.
And she started messing with this Filipino dude who was in law school at the time, and his name was Adrian. And it was always something odd about their relationship because she was just so adamant about always making it seem like how it was just so different dating him compared to a black guy. He was just so much better at this, so much better at that. He treats me better. He's this, he's that, right? And I always used to eye roll her because I'm like, well, I'm black and I would have never treated you like that, but okay, it is what it is, right?
Was she black?
Oh yeah, she was black, and we were actually both from Miami.
Okay.
And what ended up happening was like about a good 6 months into their relationship, she ends up getting pregnant by him.
Wow.
Right. So at first it was all good in the hood until eventually they started having problems and they broke up.
Mm-hmm.
And he would tell me too, because I was kind of low key friends with him at the same time. And then he would be like, "Yeah, you know, man, Latrice, she's just crazy. She's this, she's that, blah 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 blah." Right. And then, so I was kind of like caught in between a rock and a hard place because he was. I mean, we were cool. I chilled with him too, and we would talk, hang out, kick it, and I would hang out with her too, right? And then like, soon as she got soon as she gave birth, right? Now, mind you, she's still in college. Soon as she gave birth, they got cool again. They became settling. They're like, "Oh, I love you, but take care of you, this, that, and the third, blah, 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 blah," right? So then, next thing you know, not even like 3 or 4 months into, this was like around December of like, I want to say like 2005 or 2006. It was something. No, it was like December of 2005 because this was now me going into my senior year. I'll never forget how she called me up one day in a panic, pretty much telling me that they got into a fight. She came home, and then next thing you know, something happened. She claims he got physical with her, but it turned out to be the opposite. She got physical with him. She pulled out a knife on him. The police were called, and they pretty much gave him temporary custody over her baby, and they kicked her out of her own apartment because he didn't have an apartment. The lease was in her name, but they were like, "Well, he has to have custody over the baby, and plus he has nowhere to go, and we can't let him be homeless. So you, ma'am, gotta go." And she was really distraught. She was fucked up in the head, mentally, and everything. And she had to go stay with one of her other friends. It was crazy. And
Wow.
now listen, I'm not done. I'm not done. Okay.
Oh, there's more.
Oh yeah, there's more. Because eventually, once she was able to get her place back and everything, what happened? A couple of months later, they made up again. Then 2, 3 months into them making up, guess what? Take a while, guess what happened?
They broke up again?
No, she got pregnant again
Wow.
by
See,
him.
don't be learning nothing.
Then they broke up again, and then you know what ended up happening? He graduated from law school, and he ended up going back to New Jersey. She got 2 kids by this man, and he ain't never seen his kids a day in his life. He just was sending a child support check because he pretty much doesn't claim them to this very day. Then on top of that, he got married, and guess what? He went back and got him a Filipino.
Wow.
Got him a Filipino wife, got his own kids, whole set of them, got 2 kids, and now those kids are like 18 and like 16. Now, you would think she would have learned her lesson, right? No, 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 no. You know what she did? A couple of years later after that, she meets another dude at a flea market somewhere in Miami. This dude, he don't even got he not even a legal immigrant. He was from like Guyana or one of those countries in South America, Indian dude, right?
Hmm.
Selling cell phones at the flea market at the swap meet in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. His name was Taher. She ends up getting into a relationship with him, and then she gets pregnant by him.
Lord.
Then they have 2 kids together. Now, they technically were married for about 4 or 5 years until they started having problems. Next thing you know, they get a divorce. So now at this point, she got 4 kids. Then a couple of years later, and this just happened recently, she messed around with her next door neighbor, this Argentinian dude, and got pregnant by him.
Damn.
Right. I'm saying all this to say that I feel like just her getting derailed like that in undergrad, I think that set off a cascade of events where she eventually became a super baby mama fertile myrtle, like somebody said in the comments. Like, and but that oh damn, that relationship in of itself, like I really feel like this happens to so many women, like, and
It
I've seen this,
does.
like I've seen them, like all it takes is for them to have that one weird toxic relationship where they spend their whole entire motherfucking undergrad just chasing dick or running after that one dude. Or I don't know if anybody has had this experience, but then there was also the campus hoes, because that was another girl I went to college with, and she just was all over the place. And it's so funny now because now that I'm 40 and all of us we're like, much older now, and some of these women you wouldn't even realize that they had all this going on back in the day, that like they were like the college hoes, and they were screwing the whole entire football team, getting STDs and stuff. And now they got 2, 3 kids, a husband who doesn't even know her past like that. I'm not saying men don't have past too. Men got past too, because we're gonna be quite honest. It'd be a lot of these dudes that you got to be careful with them too in college. Because see, a lot of these dudes, they be in fucking undergrad screwing their damn frat brothers and shit, and be on the DL having sex with one another. And all of a sudden, they want to get saved, sanctified, and filled with the Holy Ghost. And
Right.
next thing you know, they, got a wife, 2, 3 kids, live in the suburbs of Atlanta. But when they was an undergrad, you know, they always was hanging out with that one friend, their best friend, their frat brother, their line brother, whatever. And these dudes was pretty much, um, yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. But all I'm saying is, it's so funny how in undergrad all these things happen. Oh, Kenneth's like question mark, question mark, question. No, but it's
Yeah.
true though. Like a lot of you be surprised. No, people be doing some really crazy stuff in undergrad, and then like 10, 15 years later, you be like, wow, this person is they done turned into an evangelist, or they're the principal, or
Yep.
they're a lawyer, a doctor. And when I knew you in undergrad, and you were like, your ass was like really going crazy behind that man, or you was known for, you know chasing behind the football team and stuff. But that has nothing to do with your particular story. But here's the thing though, you got to enjoy yourself. Like, I'm not saying don't entertain a relationship, but it's kind of hard to entertain a relationship with a 20-year-old man in today's society, because 9 times out of 10, most guys at the age of 20, they ain't got their shit together, and they won't have their shit together.
Exactly.
They won't. So your best bet, to be honest with you, if you're 20, and I'm not even lying when I say this. That's why I really wasn't casting judgment on Eva. You are going to have to date an older man. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I really think that the older I get now, the more I realize you're probably better off dating a guy who's probably about it. Like, if you're 20 now and you graduate in 2 years, right?
Hmm.
Let's say you graduate. Where, I don't know where you live.
I go to LSU, so I'm in Louisiana right now.
Okay, so I don't know what your career, like. What do you want to do professionally?
I'm going into the healthcare field, so like nursing.
So you want to become a nurse?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm not saying there aren't any straight laced 20-year-old men out there, but there probably aren't. If we're gonna be quite honest, there are probably not that many
Yeah,
straight laced men out there, right?
I'm
If I were
noticing that.
you, if I were you, I would set my eyes on a man that's probably like straight out of undergrad. I mean, straight out of medical school, a doctor, somebody in his like late 20s, early 30s. Cause a guy, you date, even if you go out and date a 25-year-old man, I'm telling you right now, I see these dudes all the time, and these guys, especially, I don't know, are you strictly into black men?
I don't really have a type like that. I'm very
Um,
open.
let's
But
just
I'm,
assume it's black men, right? It's going to be white,
yeah,
right? And that's another thing too. I don't know, but do you intend on staying in New Orleans?
absolutely not.
Where would you like to go professionally for like where would you like to go like
Honestly, probably somewhere up north, any state that just has a better living situation than in the South.
I can tell you right now if you're black because our reality is just different, okay?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. It's only about 5 cities in America that you need to have on your list.
What do you
5.
recommend?
Number one, if you're black, the best place to go right now is Washington D.C.
I've heard.
Watch the DMV. You cannot go wrong with the DMV. You can't. And not even necessarily just for black people, but for anybody, period. Because you know why? The feds, if you can imagine, the federal government is essentially the largest multinational corporation in our galaxy. If there's life out there on another planet, the United States government has so much damn money that if you can imagine, all of DC pretty much is like it's a one big bubble. You're not going to see a damn pothole in the road in DC. The infrastructure, the housing, the people that live there, like people who live in DC more than likely have, and I'm talking everybody, including every race. You are going to find way more educated black people in DC than any other area of the United States of America. So if you are a young black woman or a young black man, oh no, DC got the ghetto too. Don't get me wrong, but see, here's the thing. Anytime these DC people tell me that, I'm like, y'all haven't been to any other cities like that to just know the scale of just how vast the hood is in other places relative to DC. See, DC, you got Southeast and you got other sketchy parts, of course, Baltimore and whatnot. That shit does not compare to Detroit or Chicago or even Philadelphia. No, no. DC is essentially Atlanta with a master's degree. People got money there. They're stable. Yeah, and they have real careers and jobs. Because here's another thing. You can't just walk and go get a job in the federal government. You got to have credentials, right? So Northern Virginia, like I'm telling you, it's unparalleled compared to any other part of the United States. Now, outside of DC, this is where it gets tricky. Um, New York City, as much as people would say, "Oh no, it's expensive," and I am telling you, if you're black, you will have a much better time finding a soul because it's not even just about finding a spouse, but even your social network. New York, unparalleled. Okay, the East Coast
Yeah.
in general is just better for black people. So between DC and New York, you know, you can't go wrong. You really can't. Now, Baltimore and Philadelphia, yeah, there are some nice parts of Baltimore. Well, Baltimore County. Philadelphia, the suburbs, yeah, but I'm telling you, New York and DC, you cannot go wrong with those two cities. So that, and especially if you're black, okay, so those are the top two cities. Now,
Okay.
outside of those two cities, okay, this is where it gets very precarious because it really depends on what you're doing. I would venture to say your next best bet would be in Atlanta, believe it or not. Even though you hear a lot of bad stories, I would say the next best bet is Atlanta. Then I would say Houston or Dallas, but probably Houston.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I would say it's a toss up between Miami and LA, depending on what you do professionally. If you're talking about healthcare, I would say Miami because your money would go much further in Miami than it would in LA. And the weather, it's the beaches are better in Miami compared to
Yeah.
LA. And then there's way more diversity for black people in Miami than there is in LA. I would say LA if you are somebody who wants to be into like entertainment, fashion, big tech, something like that. But again, you're in healthcare, so I would say stick to the East Coast, to be honest with you. You really cannot go wrong with the East Coast. The Deep South, people get too baited into the South because of the cost of living.
Yeah.
And that's a trap, in my opinion, because the cost of living is the reason, there's a reason why it's cheap to live in some of these places. This is what people don't realize. There's a reason why it's cheap to live in Texas or in Tennessee or North Carolina, South Carolina. Well, North Carolina is kind of iffy, but there's a reason why it's very cheap to live in these places because they ain't got no motherfucking amenities, no infrastructure. It's nothing but churches, restaurants, and just big McMansion suburbs all over the place. And they ain't got no type of mass transit. You gotta drive everywhere. That's something else too about living in some of these places in the deep south. You gotta drive everywhere. Even though gas is cheap, but you driving everywhere.
Yeah, you have to have a car.
You
There's
gotta
barely sidewalks in the South.
exactly. Yeah, right. That's why I'm like. Now, many people might ask me, well, what about Chicago? Chicago, if you would have moved here 10, 15 years ago, I would have said yes. But now, nah. Chicago ain't it for black people. This city is dead for black people. So I would say stick to, and especially if you're in healthcare, listen, you're gonna be able to find a job anywhere, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You're gonna be able to find a job anywhere. So I would say stick to the East Coast. Yeah, it might be a little bit more expensive up front, but it'll be worth it in the long run because there's a reason why these cities are expensive. So anybody who's knocking, oh well, it's so expensive and the cost of living, blah blah blah, they have no idea what they're talking about because you pay for that. Especially once you start having kids. That's if you want to have kids. I don't know if you want to have kids or not, but assuming you want to have kids, people don't even think about the fact that the public school systems in a lot of these southern states is garbage.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like some of these states are like lowly ranked, like 49, 50, 48, 47, 46 in terms of education. I mean, no, like,
Yeah, Louisiana is ranked like number 49. So,
yeah, that's what I'm like. Yeah, I don't know why anybody would want to live in these southern states just because it's cheap, like Texas or, no, fuck that. You got to move. I would say DC or New York. If you're in healthcare, because I'm assuming you're not just going to want to, like, what are your long term career goals? Like, because healthcare is a really good, you cannot go wrong with healthcare. If I could do it all over again, and I tell people this to this very day, even I tell my wife this, I would have taken my ass to medical school. I would
yeah,
have either
like,
become a doctor or a nurse, anesthetist. I keep mispronouncing that. Um, Nurse practitioner, something where you're going to have a job for the rest of your fucking life.
yeah, healthcare is very universal. And by my major being biology and me going into nursing,
Mhm.
like you said, I'll be able to find a job for sure, and I'll be able to make money. Like that's
And,
guaranteed.
and here's the thing: people conflate having a job with their passion or their hobbies. You may not necessarily want to do nursing for the rest of your life, but it's a foundation. It's a job. You know that if you decide to take the risk and want to start your own business, right? If it doesn't work out, you can always go back to it because there's always going to be a need for healthcare practitioners. But when people go out here and they don't have a real serious career foundation, right? And then you go out and you try to do something entrepreneurial, and now you've gone 2, 3, 4, 5 years without having any type of experience in the job market, and all of a sudden you got to go back to that. And then it's like, what experience are you pulling from? Because of course, people are gonna look at your resume and be like, what did you do for the last 5 or 6 years? Oh well, I tried to open up my own, whatever. It didn't work out, and they're gonna be like, okay. But you decide, okay, I worked as a nurse for 10 years. I didn't like it. I went out and I tried to open up my own, I don't know, hair salon, whatever. I don't know. I'm just making shit up. Only because I'm sitting in front of a hair salon. But you decide to, you know, it didn't work out. You like, fuck this shit. You can always, you can go online, Indeed right now, and there's like a million hospitals all over the world looking for nurses. And you can
Yeah.
live anywhere. That's another thing, like, you cannot go wrong with healthcare. You
Yeah.
really can't. So, but as far as men, I'm not saying go out there and get you an old man, but if I was a woman, I would not be dating no dude who's my age. I would be getting a dude who's at least 5 to 10 years older than me. Somebody already who has his own place, got his own car. He's not trying to get anything off the ground. He needs to already be established, because one thing that is so different about men and women is that women ultimately are going to want to get married, settle down, and have kids. And you're going to want to be with a man who is making enough money and is so settled in the career that if you wanted to, you can actually sit back and just take care of kids for 4 to 5 years before you want to return back to the workplace. But a lot
Yeah.
of times in today's society, you got this situation going on where a lot of guys are like, oh, well, the average man. Like, I remember I was making videos about this earlier this year, and you had all these guys like, oh, man, the average guy don't make no more than like, 50 or 60 grand. That's unrealistic. And when you hear guys talking like that, they've already lost. They've already lost, because no man in his right mind should be entertaining this conversation that, oh, well, I'm just good with making like 65, 70 grand a year, and a woman should just be okay with that because, it's hard out there and we should go 50-50. Bro, your ass better make some money. Not even just for the sake of having another woman, for having a woman or a wife, but why would you want to settle? Because I'm sorry, but everything in life requires you to make money. It's just what makes the world spin. And a lot of these younger guys, they have literally, especially younger black men, they have literally fell prey to this idea that there's a certain glass ceiling for them that'll never be broken. And as a result, they have somewhat internalized this belief that, fuck it, a woman just needs to accept me for what I am. And at the end of the day, it's hard out there for a black man. And the only thing you should really count on me for is I'm at least doing my part and I'm giving you some good dick.
Yeah, that's not enough.
Right, that's not enough. That's another thing I've been trying to tell these young dudes. I'm like, because my generation and older black men, someone kind of had this mindset too, where they think that, and even Drewski made a meme about this, that hood dudes, they think that big dick is a form of currency. They really be thinking this. They think that it's the one thing that, and one thing a lot of black men do, and you see this a lot with a lot of older millennials, is that they seem to think that black male confidence is some sort of like magic, and that everybody just wants it and that it could just seduce any and everybody. And I'm like, dude, you are delusional. Like, at the end of the day, people want to be with people who are not just physically attractive and sexually, attractive, but also financially and socially attractive. Like, if you
Yeah.
can't take care of yourself, if you don't, no, this shit is crazy. So, nah, you're doing the right thing by avoiding men, because I'm sorry, but these dudes in your age group, and then now in today's society, it's worth more than ever because they're addicted to video games. All they want to do is smoke, play video games, hang out. They just be bullshitting. They not watching YouTube videos. They're trying to become podcasters, rappers, and shit. I'm like, dude, if you don't take your ass down to a trade school or join the military, Oh man, fuck that! I ain't joining no damn white man's army.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
exactly.
Fuck that. But anyways,
I appreciate the advice. That's all I had for today.
okay. Well, listen. Good luck, and thank you for tuning into my lives.
Thank you too.
You're welcome.
All right.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I mean, I have did the first girl come here for advice?
Which one? You talking about? What was her name? Eva?
Yeah.
I don't know if it was necessarily advice. That story was kind of. It was a lot going on in that story. Am I
You know
really?
what? But do you know? No, my advice to her is stay away from married men. I had a friend that was married. He had a wife, and he was hitting on me, and I kept telling him like, "You're married." After a while, I blocked him. I can't stand no married man. That's just me, I guess. Like, I hope she runs away because there's married men. They'll never leave their wife. But I didn't like him like that because the nigga was 60. But wait, can you use that word?
60.
He was 60. Yeah, he was my coworker. But he kept hitting on me. I'm 30 actually, for reference. I'm 30. But he
Oh,
kept,
okay.
yeah. No, but we met each other in 2022, and I was 29, and he was my coworker. And I'm like, yeah, he is 60, and I'm like, you're married, like. You know, once I see that ring on that finger, it's a deterrent for me. I run away. I know women run to it, but I run away from it. Married man. And I blocked him though. I blocked him because he just didn't respect my boundaries. I was like, I'm not doing anything with you because you're married. So, and I had to block him. He was too much. He was touchy, and I was like, you're married. But that's just me. I don't do. But I had a. Go ahead. I'm sorry. You're gonna
No,
say
I was
something?
going to ask you, Marwa. That's an Arabic name. Where are you from?
I'm from Somalia, but that is an Arabic name. I'm Muslim.
Oh, okay, yeah. But I'm assuming you don't speak Arabic. You probably speak I
I
forgot.
can't even speak Somali. I can't even speak Somali. I can understand.
Oh, okay. Where do you live? Minnesota or somewhere?
I live in Northern Virginia, in
Oh,
Herndon.
okay. I only say that because I didn't realize that Minnesota is like it's a lot of Somalians that
Yeah,
live there.
no, Minnesota is basically Somalia. That's it's just
Yeah.
they just take over.
But let me ask you a
Hmm?
question. Now that because I've never, let me. Eritreans, Ethiopians, Somalians, you all are a very interesting group of people because
Yeah, I
eh,
look the same.
no, they don't. I could tell the difference. I know the difference between Ethiopian, Somalian, Eritrean. Actually,
Oh, that's
I could
good. That's
tell.
good.
Yeah, I know because of course, well, I know Eritreans speak like Tigrinya. I think that's how you say it. And then Somali speak Somali, and then Ethiopians speak Amharic. Well, there's other languages, of course, but I'm not. But I know that in Eritrean, Somalia, especially in Eritrea, they speak Arabic. But Eritrea is a dictatorship they were occupied at one point in time by Italy. But no, I'm not. I was going to say though that like as far as like what was it like though like because I've been seeing like this discourse where like a lot of Somalians don't think that they're
Yeah.
black. Is that true?
They think they're Arab.
Yeah, okay, that's what it is. Okay, that makes
It's
sense.
because it's a delusional thinking because they think they're part of the Arab League.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense now. Okay, I'm like, why do I keep seeing
Not
Somalians say that they're not black, but they
well.
think
Some of
that?
them, like the thing is, some of them, a lot of the people in the country speak Arabic.
Mm,
And there's Arabic words in our language, and we are, of course, like Muslim, and Islam is like Arabic.
yeah,
But it's like, I know I'm black, like I know I'm African. I'm proud of that. I would never consider myself as an Arab. Even if I went to Saudi, they'd be like, look at me, they'd be like, Abid, which means slave. They'd be like,
yeah,
they're
exactly.
racist. Like I've dated Arab men, and it's like they'll f you, they'll smash you. But they ain't gonna take you to their
Yeah,
mom because they're racist. And
exactly,
like yeah, and
exactly.
these Somali people, like they really think they're Arab because they speak Arabic, and then they told them they're part of the Arab League. And I'm like, you're not Arab because you know what I'm saying? Just like how I don't consider Africa, I mean Morocco and Egypt to be African. I know that's controversial, but I think of them as Arabs.
Yeah, like, but even some Egyptians themselves, believe it or not,
Yes.
take issue with even being considered Arab. Well, a lot, actually, not even just Egyptians, but even Libyans and Tunisians and some Algerians. But a lot of North Africans are like that. But no, but I was saying, no, the only reason why I'm asking this is because how is it like, though? Like, would you date an African American guy?
I mean, my first guy that I lost my V card to was like African American. He was half white, half black.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the thing is, when I was a teenager, I was watching Asian shows. I had an obsession with Asian guys. And then when I live in the DMV, and I was like, God, Asians are ugly. No offense. In the DMV, they're hideous. Maybe they're better looking in California. And just Asian guys, I never, I had a thing. I tried for white guys. Like, I was obsessed with Italians. I'm obsessed with Italians now, but they're kind of racist, though. So they don't give you much of a chance. But, like, I remember in high school, I had a crush, like, like the white American, like cotton, that typical crap. But now I cannot stand them. I don't want, no. I'm just more Dr. Umar. I believe him. With white men, no. I agree with that sense of the word. So I tried Arab, and I tried Persians are the worst. They're not, they're horrible. They're horrible.
So let me ask you a question then. So,
but mostly all the people that I've dealt with is black, African American.
oh, okay. That's
I love African American men. I mean,
but your parents wouldn't have an issue with that?
Well, my mom, she's a nationalist, so she only wants Somali. And she has that stereotype, of like how everyone has black people, oh, the movies, oh, they do this, that, and the third,
yeah.
and they steal, and whatever. And I'm like, no, they're in different categories. That comedian, what's his face? Eddie Griffin. There was a special he did. There's always different types of niggas. There's the one that goes to college and the one, and I told her, like, they're really all different. They're not like, you were just thinking of the gangster and the thing, how TV, and I'm like, that's not how they are in real life.
Yeah.
But that's
I can, but it's like that too. A lot of Afro-Caribbean people and Africans. It may not be as drastic as it is with people from the Horn of Africa, like in Ethiopia and Somalia and Eritrea, but they kind of do the same thing too. I'm only asking because
no, Somali girls mostly date Somali men. That's the truth.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
They don't. They're so boring. They only marry their own kind. And it's funny. I like. Yeah, when the ones that go out of the race, I've seen girls do it more than the guys. But I've seen the guys pick white girls. They do it too, but I feel like they're just very loyal to each other. They're always going to marry each other. But me, I cannot stand them. Like, I can
Really?
I've never been on a date with one. I've tried Somali 7 times, and I cannot stand my own kind. Just can't stand. They're not good looking. They're not good looking either.
Well, that's something else that I've noticed, that like Somali women are like otherworldly attractive. Like, it's so hard to describe just how like extremely attractive Somali women can be, but then Somali guys look like aliens. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, they have the kingdom-sized forehead. You can land a plane on that thing. They're like what's it called, that pirate? What did he say? I'm the captain now. They look like him.
Oh yeah.
They look like him. Abdi. I just can't marry Abdi. I can't stand him. Like, one time, I know I had a close call with my cousin. That's an embarrassing story, but I'll just say it because y'all don't know me. No. I want to please my mother, and I want to marry my second cousin.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. No, he was attractive, but then when I started talking to him, I'm like, ew, you're like my brother.
Wait a minute. Well, hold on for a second. So y'all do that too?
Yeah, it's a normal thing. In America, it's disgusting, of course. But in Somalia, they do marry cousins. That's a normal thing. Just like how a 6-year-old marries a 10-year-old.
Wait, say that again?
A 6-year-old can marry a 10-year-old.
In Somalia?
Yeah, it happens all the time. I mean, they don't really have a choice. It's a poor country, so they basically sell the girl off, basically.
So you mean to tell me that a 10-year-old boy would get married to a 6-year-old girl?
No. I'm saying a 6-year-old man can be married to a 13-year-old girl.
Oh, a 60, 60, 60.
60,
Oh,
60, 60, yes.
oh, well, yeah, yeah. That's very common in the Middle East. It is. Well, not all Middle Eastern countries, but a good chunk of them. Yeah, child marriage. Yeah,
I
but
guess because the prophet did it. So, I mean.
yeah, yeah. Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Oh, were you a Muslim once?
No, I'm not.
No, you're not. Okay. I
No,
know. I was like, those books, though. I was like,
no, I'm not.
like the pastor. I was like, nah,
Oh
he's
yeah,
Christian. The pastor. Now I need to
no.
buy one of those books. I need to buy one of those books. I want to read one. I wish you had an audio of your voice. I was an
Oh,
English major in college, but I hate reading now. Like, I hate it. I'd rather hear audio, but I want to hear your voice. But your books don't come in your voice; they come in other people's. I'm like, what
oh
bullshit is
yeah,
this?
oh yeah. They do. Yeah, they.
Yes, that's why I tune into the lives where you personally read them yourself and you read chapters. Oh, I
Oh
love
yeah.
those in your
Oh
voice.
yeah. Yeah. I actually need to work on a new audiobook. I really do.
I will pay top dollar for it because your voice, it just like when there's a woman's voice, because I've seen where you had a woman's voice and it's like, ugh, it doesn't hit the same.
Oh, it
I
doesn't
don't
hit the
just
same. Oh wow.
because
Okay,
you're a
that's.
man, like it makes more sense for like the author is a man, like from his voice, from his. That's just me.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, that makes
Or
sense.
maybe you could have gotten like a black voiceover, like a black actor, like another black man to do it. Not even you, because that must be
Right,
tiring.
right,
Hire a
right,
black man. I feel like it should have been a black man that's narrating the stories because the author is black.
right. Yeah, yeah.
It'd
That's good
just
to
be
know. Then
funnier.
that's good to know because you're the umpteenth person to tell me that. But I'm just like, oh, I want to get somebody else to do it. But
But if
so
you
let
think
me.
of a man's like think about it, a black man's voice is just more comical than a black woman. It's boring
Oh,
in comparison.
I can see that. I can see why you would say that. So let me ask you a question. So, are
I
you
no,
single?
yeah. And I'm single, but I came up here because you're a man, and I wanted a man's perspective.
So what's the dilemma you're facing?
Okay, so there's this guy. He's Caribbean. He's black. I never tried Caribbean because I've always tried either African American, mostly before him. It was always African American. And I was like, okay, he's Caribbean. He's something new. I met him off Tinder. I know that's bad because that's a fucking app. I know that's not the best first.
Is
I'm.
it? I don't know because I haven't dated in like
Oh,
over
you're
10
married,
years.
right?
Yeah, I am.
Well, I'm 30. I've never had a boyfriend, and I haven't dated in a decade. Because
So what you been doing?
no, I lost my V card at 28 in
Oh, okay.
2022.
So okay,
It's like
okay.
I have to play catch up because everyone else lost their stuff in 16, and I'm playing catch up at 28.
Well, here's the thing. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's not a bad thing necessarily. I don't. I
I'm a
wouldn't
late bloomer.
necessarily feel like a late bloomer or anything like that because I mean,
Uh,
at the end of the day, I mean,
no, the men look at me. They're like, "Someone inexperienced." That's what the first thing they say. I'm like, "Oh my god!" But that was the beginning of.
inexperience at what though? Because here's the thing: at the end of the day, what you supposed to have a resume to having sex or something? You're supposed to like the older you get, the better it's going to be. Because I'm telling you right now, there's a lot of women out there that have been screwing since they were 13 or 14 years old, and you wouldn't even tell the difference between them and somebody who just started having sex yesterday. Don't these
You're
guys?
saying a woman that had sex in her 20s in comparison to a woman that had sex yesterday. Basically, there's no difference.
No, not really. I mean, unless you just are just so vanilla and you just laying there like Miss Celie from The Color Purple,
Oh
like acting like
hell no no
you
no
don't know
no no
what's going on,
no pillow
But
princess.
you said you're not a little princess,
No pillow princess. I move.
right? But that's what I'm saying exactly. And trust me, it's women out there. Like I said, they've been screwing since God knows when, and they just sit there and they just lay on their back and just be like, and then they just go to sleep. Everybody is different. Some people just, I feel like sex is one of those things that it just comes intuitively. Like there's no,
But as a woman, how you know you're bad at it? Men tell you that.
You know, that depends on the guy because not all men are good at sex either. That's the thing. Like,
That's what I'm saying. I've tried most, not 40. I haven't hit the 40 mark, but I've tried 24. I've tried 37. I tried 19. That was too young though. That's too young. But I did try 19. Yeah, I mean, I did never again though. Never again. Because
yeah,
I
that's
felt
way
that,
too
and that
young.
nigga's like, I felt like he must have been 17. That's a crazy story with himself. He was lying way too much. But yeah, no, he lied that he was a virgin. He was no virgin. Because when I was with him, I was like,
No, you
you know,
gotta, you gotta. Yeah, don't mess with. If you're honestly, if you're a woman, I would not mess with a guy younger
no,
than.
yes, the 24-year-olds are children. I've more so hit that age mark, 24, 25, 22. Like I mean, the
You
guy
said
that,
you're 30. You said you're 30, right?
yeah.
The perfect age for you is half your age plus 7. So what is that? 15 plus 7, 32. So no. My bad. I messed that up. No. It would be for the man. So half your age plus 7. So 40, 20.
By the end of this month, I'll be turning 31. So
You need a man in his. You need a man that's about 41, 42 years old. If we're gonna be quite honest.
the one that I'm dating right now is 31.
If you're looking for a real serious long-term partner,
But I don't want kids. Like
oh,
fuck
you're
them kids.
antinatalist.
Yeah, fuck them kids. Yeah.
So you're antinatalist.
What does that mean?
Okay.
There's a term for it. I just thought it's the
Yeah,
FTK
it's called
club.
antinatalism. Um.
Oh, I just thought it was the FTK club. Like fuck them kids. That's what I thought.
Oh no. Well, there's an actual a whole school of thought around that bringing kids into this world. You're gonna subject them to suffering and. But here,
They're too goddamn expensive. First off, we're in inflation.
well, let me ask you a question. What do you do professionally?
I do HR like admin work for FEMA, but I'm a contractor.
Oh, okay. So are you? So you make good money. You live by yourself. You got your own
No,
place.
no, no, no. I live with my siblings.
You live with your siblings. Okay.
But my parents left the country, so it's just us siblings. Because we
Okay.
need to pay off the house. We have a mortgage. But I feel like
Oh,
once we pay off that house, there's nothing tying us, so we'll most likely go our separate ways. But my mom's more of the old school of thought. Oh, if you want to move out, you need a man to do it. You need to get married and the traditional crap. But the hard part is that like I don't want kids, and the only pool I
where
have
do your
is
parents
Muslim
live?
men.
They went back to Somalia.
They went. They live in Zambia because
Oh,
that's where I was born. So they created a life in Zambia. My father, my mom brought us here when I was 6, and she raised us here as a single mom. And then she's like, I'm not retiring here in Virginia. It's too cold. The weather is whack. I want to go back to the motherland. You know what I'm saying? And then she has a house in Somalia too. That's, she loves, that's her country. But she lives in Zambia because, like, Somalia be instability. They're poor and all that stuff. I don't think she could live there.
yeah.
And
So, well, here's the thing, and this is what I'm getting at with this. Because 30 is still kind of young, right? But it's the perfect age to really start seriously looking. It's if you want to have a husband.
But I don't want kids. They keep like, I only have a small pool like of Muslim men, and they're obsessed with children. But I told them I'm open to polygamy.
So let me
Like
ask
a
you a
second
question.
wife.
Wait. Well, let's back here. Let's back up for a second. So you only want to date a Muslim then, right?
Yeah, because in our religion, the woman can only marry a Muslim man, but the man can marry a Christian and Jew. But I don't have that freedom. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you are a devout Muslim then.
Well, no, I had a whole phase.
Well, when I say devout, meaning that like you actually do go to the
No,
masjid and
no.
oh, you don't do none of that, but you just still want to be obligated to the actual
No, I
rules
just
and customs of
that
Islam.
one rule. I can't, like, I don't want to break that rule and marry a Christian man because, like, that is like, first of all, my family would be against it, and even if I go against them, it's like it's more so for me. I just with God, I can't do it with, you know what I'm saying. Now, if God was
Yeah.
cool with it, I don't give a damn about what my family thinks. I'm gonna run away with him, but I care more so about, I know you're not that religious, but
So
like,
wait. No, I get it. So have you met a man who is
Who
a
doesn't want
Muslim?
kids? Oh yeah, I've tried, and they're like I was talking to this guy a couple weeks back. He started talking about submission. You know, you need to submit. I was like, you can go to the seventh dimension of hell because it's
I mean,
2024.
what did you expect though? I mean, it's Islam.
I mean, he was African American, and he was a Nation of Islam. Like they're even stricter. Like when black men turn, oh my God, they're so strict.
Well, let
Like
me
when
just say
black,
this. I used to be in the Nation of Islam, and they ain't strict. They ain't no more strict than an Orthodox Sunni Muslim.
oh okay, no,
They
I
don't pray 5 times a day. They don't do. They do half. They don't even do half of what's required of a regular Orthodox Sunni Muslim. Like, think about it for a second. And I know this for a fact. And if you are everyday Muslim Sunni, you're going to the masjid every Friday for Jumu'ah prayers. You pray 5 times a day. You don't smoke. You don't drink. Well, you're technically not supposed to do any of that because
you
it's
don't have
cut off.
premarital sex.
Right, you don't do any of that. And so what you often find with especially with a lot of Nation of Islam Muslims, they be tatted up, they got pierced ears. It never used to be that way.
Yes, the guy's talking to his tatted up.
Yeah, they got tattoos. It's one of those, and then to be honest with you, it's not real Islam. So you're not even gonna to be honest with you, even though they do believe in, of course, the Quran and whatever, but they don't believe, they believe that God came in the person of a man named Wallace Dodd Farad Muhammad back in the 1930s, that they believe that he is God.
I
And
did not know that.
and they believe that Muhammad of 1400 years ago is not the final seal of the prophets. They believe that Elijah Muhammad, the man who was born in October the 7th, 1897 in Sandersville, Georgia, is the actual final prophet Muhammad.
Well, that's wrong because that's not that's in the Quran. It's La ilaha Muhammadur Rasulullah. They're going against.
Exactly. I know. I trust me. I know. I actually studied Arabic for about 4.5 years and Islamic studies, so I know all about Islam, Quran.
But I have a question about that submissive part because, I'm sorry, I can't. No, even Christian women are told to be submissive nowadays. Like even in Christian women, they're being told the men, if you want to be my wife, you need to be submissive.
But that's different because listen, you ain't gonna tell not now one of these black women that go to church to submit in a way that, in the same context of telling a Muslim woman that. It's a whole entirely different context. Because I can tell you right now, and especially in the black community, you ain't gonna be able to you're not gonna hold a black woman down like that. You're not gonna get her to submit in a way that, when they talk about submission in Christianity, what they're talking about is honoring the divine masculinity and manhood of a man who is actually doing everything according to the scriptures in the Bible, meaning that he's just a devout, praying man who is doing his part in terms of, being upright, righteous, upstanding, and taking care of his kids, his business, being monogamous, faithful, whatever, not lying, whatever. And that when he leads the way, you're supposed to pretty much, kind of respect that and let the man lead, whatever. Like you're allowing him to be a man. That's really what it means in context of Christianity, right? In Islam, it's a whole entirely different context. It pretty much implies that women pretty much just need
shut up.
Exactly, and
That's the man's rule. Yes, and I feel like they take that verse where the woman is gonna submit right after God. They take that verse and they run with it, and then they and they want to be authoritative. I'm like, I'm not doing it.
Let me just say this: in Christianity, when they talk about modesty and stuff, it just pretty much means that as a woman, you're just not dressing like a hoe, right? Like you're just not. But in Islam, you gotta wear hijab or niqab or.
I do wear the scarf outside.
Right. Okay.
But I can admit that, I had a whole phase, but I can admit that. If that makes sense. I'm not those devout Muslims that pray 5 times a day because I'm still engaging in premarital sex. I can admit that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. But
I'll say it's my weakness. I'll say I'm not gonna hold you.
you said it's, what's your weakness?
Like premarital sex.
Why is that your weakness though? Why is that a weakness? Because I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm essentially an agnostic. So for me, I don't subscribe to any organized religion. So when you say premarital sex, to me, there's no such thing as premarital sex because sex is sex, right?
I see what you're saying.
So for me, when I hear you say this, I to some extent, you do realize you're carrying some sort of internalized shame and guilt around sex because this is born out of adherence to a very archaic religious tradition. But your religion is your religion, and I'm not trying to convince you otherwise, but I'm just letting you know that like your desire to want to have
Yeah, but
sex
don't
is
women
not-
get shamed for having the body count with these red pill? I cannot stand those brainwashed men. But they shame us for just even wanting to have multiple partners. They shame us for the count and the
You
number.
know what? Let me tell you, yes and no, because I think the idea that a woman having more than one spouse or having multiple
More than
bodies,
one.
like quote unquote,
Yeah, high
it's
body count.
nonsense because and men love to argue that well it's different because a man is supposed to kind of go out there and feel his way out and figure out but the thing is, here's the thing, at the end of the day, right, you're a human being with sexual needs and you have every right to want to make sure that you are going to be potentially marrying somebody that you are sexually compatible with. The last thing that you want to do, and this is advice to any person out there, man or woman, the last thing you want to do is marry somebody and then you guys have sex and then you're not sexually compatible.
And that could lead to divorce, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not easy. Getting
That's
a
not-
divorce is not just, oh, okay, I'm just gonna get a divorce. No, that's a whole entire legal process. Money money has to be paid. Lawyers, you gotta get lawyers. You gotta go before a court. I mean, you but the problem is people then conflate the idea of having a normal, healthy, consensual sexual relationship with somebody else as being licentious or disgusting or you have no truth, no morals, no shame or
Double
whatever.
standard.
Yeah, but and the thing is that if you think about it,
Yeah,
right?
3 or 4. Then that
Why would you as a woman want to take the risk, right? Go out there and marry a man, not knowing if you all are. Because here's the thing: there is such thing as anatomical compatibility, like sexual anatomical compatibility. And what I mean by that is that this is the part of sexual attractiveness. Like you can marry a guy and yeah, it's all good in the hood. He's going to take care of you. He's attractive physically, and he's attractive. But the night of your wedding, he pulled them pants down and he got a little weenie. And you, on the other hand, you're like, well, what if it does nothing for you? Were you supposed to sit there and just
small? Is that a
and-
4 or a 5? Is that considered small? I'm just wondering.
I mean, that depends on what you think is small. I don't know what you.
Honestly, for me, like I know, like they always emphasize like BBC, and the porn they emphasize. Even when you're talking to them, like they're like, "I have this big," and then they're like, "You're gonna be different." I'm like, "Oh my god, I've heard this so many times," and I don't like 9 and 10, quite frankly. I like average.
Well,
Small.
that's what I'm saying. It's not even so much even the size. I'm just saying,
They don't know what
is
to
it
do with
something
it.
that's right for you? Is it? Because the thing is, but then because the complete opposite can happen. He could be anatomically like too much for you to where every time you all have sex, it is extremely painful.
Yes, I
Right.
have a pain condition.
Right. And now you can't even enjoy that aspect of your marriage because every
The
time you all go to have sex, you feel like you're being assaulted. So
So I had that feeling with one guy, and it felt like a knife. And in the beginning of my journey, like I had like vaginismus. I don't know if you know what that is.
I do know it. I know exactly what that is.
Like I was
Yeah.
diagnosed with that. The mid halfway, I guess I gave midget. You know, you can't use that little. They're not little. You know, okay, guys that are like 5'5", because I'm 5'4". To me, they're like short. Like guys that are my height, like 5'5" and 5'4", they're very short to me. They're like little, not like not the M word, but like little. And like I realized that like I had one man and he just cured me. After that, I felt no more pain. And then after that, like I was like the vaginismus is gone, and I could do my you know the procedure where they give you the what is it called? Women when they go to OBGYN.
Pap smear.
Pap smear, and he gave like he did it, and I felt no pain. I was like his little self cured me, and then after that it was like it was easy, but then I was having average size. And there was this one guy from New York. I don't like him. He was from New York. I just too aggressive. He was the worst I ever had. He farted. I was like, get up out of here. I can't. Well, I didn't tell him that, but he was the worst I ever had. And he when we had sex, it felt like murder. Like it was like a knife. I was like, this is oh my god, this is flashbacks to the beginning of my journey. I was like, this is horrible. I was like, get the hell out.
But you see how you had to go through all of that? Now imagine if you would have gotten married to that guy and that was something you had to subject yourself to for...
Like as a virgin?
Yeah, like imagine that was your husband. Imagine if that was a man that you had to get with, that you act, and what if he wanted, like, I am your husband?
Divorce. Because the sex is at that point is like it's like it feels like he's stabbing me. It feels like that's what it literally felt like. Like he got his knife and put it through my uterus like a knife.
So everything that you're saying right now, imagine, and I'm not trying to be offensive, but you adhere to a religion that is shaming you, mind you, for having to go through having to have this experience to where you need to essentially just deal with it. Because, you know, even in Islam, just going out and getting divorced you're not just supposed to do that either. You know, you're not.
Well, you're supposed to like exhaust all things, but our divorce is a bit easier because we don't have the court. We don't have the court.
And that is true to some extent. That you do have a point. Yeah,
it's easier to break. Yeah.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Like a lot of people in my family members, they all got divorces, and it's not me thinking like, and they're young, like they're my age. And I was like, maybe people that are born in the 70s, they get married until they're 60 and I was like, maybe I'm a millennial. I was like, maybe we're just cursed. I was like, what's the point of getting married if I'm going to get divorced in 1 year or 6 months? It doesn't make any sense.
But you know why they got divorced though, right?
My cousin was married for 3 years. I don't know. She never told us the reasoning.
But here's the thing. They got divorced because they weren't sexually compatible. More than likely. It was something romantically, sexually. It was something enough to where you don't have to get it a whole entire marriage, have a whole entire ceremony, and because I see the Somalian weddings, Sudanese weddings, and y'all go all out. Y'all, you know, they go all out with all that makeup and shit, and
my sister is married, and she wanted to get a divorce, but I don't think she was basing off sex. He was just not a good father. He was like lazy, not romantic. That's my biggest nightmare. Being a man that's not romantic. Huh?
But what if she's not telling you that though? What if it's that she's really... I mean, all I'm saying is either way. What I'm saying is that
you have to test the car before you buy it. That's true.
Yeah, hell yes. And that goes for both men and women. And then I'm gonna go as far further to say that not only do you not need to test the car, but even when you test the car, you could get into a motherfucking car and halfway through that motherfucking transmission fall out like a damn Nissan Altima from 1998. I'm dead serious. Like, people change. Change. Like, you get...
Like, they don't have the stamina. I feel like I've been dealing with Minutemen.
Well, here's the thing. You might end up changing, too. You might... 5-6 years into a marriage, you might get hormonal and you don't want to...
Yeah, menopause.
Well, not even just menopause, but you just start to get older, and
but my sex drive now is crazier than when I was in my 20s.
You know why it's crazy?
Yeah.
You know why it's crazy?
Because I tasted it.
Yeah, not to mention you're young and you probably released a lot of sexual guilt and shame that now you're like, you're really getting to know your body and what you like and what you don't like. And the
Yes.
problem is that we live in a society where both men and women, but especially women, are guilted for feeling this way. This is where
Oh
I
my
really
god.
disagree with red pill content
I
because
can't stand those men. I'm sorry. I hate
yeah, no,
them.
it's but and a lot of that red pill content, I'm going to be honest with you, is born from a mindset where a lot of men come from a place of constant rejection from women, right? And they get to, what's the word that I'm looking for? Disillusioned with the reality that they can't just be mediocre and get any and every woman that they want. That women too have desires and expectations that a lot of men may not be able to have or live up to. And it mainly sometimes boils back down to dick size, right? And a
Yeah.
lot of guys, because of this, because I'm telling you, a lot of men, they have this paranoia, this fear that they could get in bed with a woman and that, like, and there was this video that went viral, and these black guys were trying to call out this white guy for saying essentially what I'm saying, and that is, when you hear a lot of men complain about body counts on women, they're only saying this because they just hate the fact that you could sleep with a woman who has a index of experience to compare them to. See, a
Yes.
guy doesn't want to get in bed with a woman knowing that she's already had
He's thinking
five,
about
six,
Johnny.
seven, yeah, 5, 6, 7 partners, and she knows that. Well, oh my God, that's all you got. Like, and now that man feels embarrassed. He feels like, can you hear me? Oh, you back?
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. She feels
Oh.
like, oh, he has some sort of shortcoming. He
He's not experienced as Johnny or James or
he
everything.
doesn't eat the groceries. He doesn't do this. He doesn't do that. I've had better before. Like, they can't stomach the idea that
Another man's better than them.
another man is better. Exactly, because men are very competitive. Especially when it comes to women. That everything, you got to understand something about men too, and a lot of guys don't want to admit to this. Everything that a man does is in context of trying to attract the most physically and sexually attractive woman they can find. Okay, so when it comes to making a lot of money, the car he drives, the clothes he wears, his body, all these things these men are doing, they are doing this all in a constant game. They're playing with themselves and really with society in order to try to get the most physically attractive woman.
And then they talk about purity. I mean, well, don't they know that in America and it's 2024? Like, I want her to only have a body count of either a virgin or she has a low like 4. But I'm like, you slept with 100 women.
But
That's so hypocritical.
and let me tell you, a lot of these guys, to be honest with you, they say they would want to get with a woman with a low body count, but then when they do and she's all vanilla, then they start complaining about that. Oh,
Yes.
it's
And they end up
boring.
cheating.
She doesn't do anything.
And then they end up
She doesn't
stepping
give
out.
me oral sex. She's boring in bed. She's this. She's
But
that.
he has no experience.
Right, exactly. So then it's like,
This is odd.
that's how you know they're hypocrites, because really what it boils down to is, see, what women need to hear this, and men need to hear this. Women don't realize that what men essentially want are, and I know this is going to sound crazy, they want holy whores. You be like, what?
That's a contradiction, isn't it?
A holy whore. They want you on one hand to be nasty
In bed.
in the bed, but
A lady on the streets.
a lady on the streets. Right. They want you to essentially be this presentable, modest woman that when we're out and about, you come off as if you're Mother Teresa.
Yep.
You don't look at other men. You don't think about other men. You are just a straight and narrow woman.
Submissive.
Submissive, but behind closed doors, I want you to essentially be my sex slave and do all of these nasty things. And then sometimes it's not even that I even just want you to be my sex slave. I even want you to allow me at times to step outside the bounds of our marriage and allow me to have sex with other women, because I'm just going to have that desire when I want that.
Yes, they end up cheating anyway.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's why I really believe
that's true. I think you have the same.
long-term monogamous relationships in the end don't work because men, a, a lot of men, unfortunately, we don't have the brains to withstand long-term monogamous relationships. And a
Like, how
lot
can
of
you have the same kitty for 17 years and not cheat?
exactly, every man has
Women
his
can do
desires
it.
to
Women
please
can
them.
do it though. Women
Women
can
can
do
do it,
it.
but men
You
cannot. That's
cannot.
the thing.
They
And
can't
that's
eat
why,
the vanilla ice cream every day, the same flavor.
nope, exactly. They gotta have different flavors, different, they're not just different flavors, different types. Ben and Jerry's, motherfucking Haagen Dazs and shit.
Yeah, well, some now of them are
Store-bought
down
ice
low. It's
cream.
not even women. It's not.
Right now, are there some women out there that are like this too? Don't get it twisted. There are some women out there that are like this. But what I'm trying to emphasize here, though, is that I am married. What I'm trying to emphasize here, though, is that a lot of men, inevitably are going to want to step outside of their marriage at some point in time because they just seek out the knowledge. It's just you don't even control it. It's all hormonal. It's testosterone. Men are just naturally propelled to have sex with women and as many
And be
women as possible.
polyamorous, right?
And let me tell you, most men, if they could, they would. Don't get it twisted. A lot of men lie about this. A lot of men will lie about this. If most men could, they would.
You mean have multiple girlfriends or multiple wives?
Bro, even if they were married and they had the opportunity to sleep with a woman and they knew that there was
There's a
no
pass.
strings attached, that she was STD free, and that there was no way for her to get pregnant, and that they were in a situation where it just would be virtually impossible for that wife or whatever to find out about what he's about to do, he would do it. I
And then
would
he would go back to
guarantee
the
you,
wife
90% of men would do it.
and then go back to the wife like as if nothing happened? That's
And yeah,
cold blooded. That is cold blooded. If I were to do, I would feel so guilty. But like I said, that's why I respect
some men will
marriage.
feel guilty. Listen, there are men who feel guilty while they're giving them pumps, while they are pumping that pussy. They are feeling guilty. But you
But
know
they're
what?
coming though, right? How
Huh?
can they feel guilty if they're coming?
No, they don't. Listen, I'm telling you, it's just the power of sex is just that strong that a man he will literally be in the midst of digging your guts out, and he's literally sitting there thinking about his wife, if she's wondering where he's at, and he's feeling like a piece of shit, but he don't care because you got that good. Your shit is just
That's crazy. So he can feel guilty and enjoy it at the punani at the same time.
yes.
For me, I just couldn't do it. I mean, maybe women are different. I would feel guilty. It wouldn't even be worth it.
And I listen to some of these women talk about this, and I'm like, sometimes I'm like, y'all are so naive. You don't realize these men know how to compartmentalize this level of guilt and shame to have sex, and they figure out ways of how to justify it. You know, like
Their brains, yeah.
That's why I'm like, at the end of the day, this is why I tell guys who like, you need to ask yourself deep down inside, do you really love and enjoy sex? Because I can tell you right now, if you want to be married and live and have a happy long-term relationship, you are going to have to accept the reality that sex is not going to always be a priority. And a lot of guys, they don't understand that now, but they're not going to understand it until they get married.
Especially when they have kids too.
Exactly. You think you're going to be able to get it in every night when your wife is tired and she's exhausted from having just breastfeeding, or she just had a long day and she just wants to go to sleep.
Postpartum.
But you want some pussy. Right, what you gonna do? But see, that's another reason why I'm like, should that man feel guilty though? Should that man feel guilty for wanting something that is natural to him? Because here's the thing, having a healthy sex drive is no different than having a healthy appetite. Like, as a man, having sex is normal. So that woman telling her husband that, oh, well, I'm tired, you're just gonna have to wait. The problem is that men, that's like imagine being hungry, right? And you haven't eaten all week. Literally, you were fasting. and you are hungry, and now all of a sudden, when you think you have an opportunity to eat, the person who's feeding you is like, nope, sorry, kitchen closed. You're gonna have to wait tomorrow. Oh, see, tow truck Tiny said that's what the right hand is for. Now, that's a good argument that sometimes, hey, maybe, but here's the thing. This is why I say
In our
marriage.
religion, if the woman doesn't give it up, you can get a divorce and it's fine.
Oh yeah, exactly. And that's another thing about in Islam. Yeah, like
It's justified a divorce because you
it's
didn't want to give it
obligatory.
up.
It's obligatory. I think that the
It's
term
obligatory. Yes, you
yes.
have to.
Yeah.
If you don't give it up like in 4 days, I think it's the 4 days is max. If you don't give it up then, yeah, he can petition for divorce, and you know what I'm saying? Because it's true, because he waited. If this is talking about like with sex, like the women in the religion get shamed, so does men. Like they're both attacked both for equally. They're treated equal. Not the it's not, it's not like like that makes sense. I don't know. Christians, I feel like the woman is more so pinned for it, but in Islam, they're both wrong if they do premarital sex and they're shamed for it. But the man is like in the good religious Muslim man. If he waited and he was a virgin and he married you and he did all that waiting and you're saying no now to the kitty cat for more than 4 days, he can get a divorce and it's entirely fine with God.
And then here's another thing too, and it's not even just in terms of women and figuring out what you like or don't like, but even as a man, I'll be damned if I'm gonna wait wait a whole year to court you, and we get ready to do the do, and then you lift that skirt up, you pull them panties down, and you got a whole wolf pussy that smell like tilapia. I am going to be very upset.
Yeah, I mean, if you were a Muslim man.
That's what I'm saying. This shit don't work. It don't
yes,
work.
For me, it's not even about the guy having a big D. It's like, are you good at foreplay? And most men are not good at foreplay.
But that's what I'm saying. It's all of that. It's like you got guys out there. They're like, I don't eat no pussy. I don't eat no.
Oh my god! I come across them all the time. I can't stand it. I'm like, where's the munch? I guess now he's like some forbidden. He's like a unicorn. I cannot find him nowhere.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. There's nothing wrong with wanting. Listen, you want to get your groceries ate. You trying to get that kitty cat licked on. There's nothing. That's what you like.
Yes, but why do men don't like it? You can't answer that question for me. Why do they like it? A lot of men told me I don't like eating it, or you can't sit on my face. One guy told me like if you sit on my face, that's kind of submissive, and I'm like, you're just a bitch ass nigga. Like, why can't you just let it happen? I don't. That's pleasing the woman. Like, what's up with them and coochie? Like, why do they dislike it?
I don't know. Well, that's just something, man. That because I'm gonna tell you right
Maybe
now.
I'm dealing with little boys. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, because I was gonna say because a lot of men like doing that. So
they're older men, right?
Typically, those men are like Lafayette said. Those men are lame.
Yeah, they were 24. I tried to hit 37, and he was talking about I'm gonna eat it like groceries. And when it came time, he said no, and I'm like, you're 37.
Telling you right now, if you get a guy and he doesn't like to eat pussy, he's probably gay.
Really? Because of yeah, he's downloading.
A man who if you like pussy, you love pussy. You like everything about it. You like the way it tastes, the way it feels, the way it smells. But
those men who are download, but they can stick their D in the V though. So fine. Like,
well,
why
that
can't
doesn't
they?
Matter because here's the thing, and I'm not trying to be funny when I say this, but you got a lot of men out there that'll stick the D in the V, but they thinking about the B. You know what I mean by that?
Oh, gotcha. You're right. It's the same action. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, exactly. You thinking that they want. You thinking that they're thinking about Marwa, but they thinking about Marwan. They thinking about Muhammad.
No, my first guy that I lost my V card to, I thought he was kind of down low too, because he was like. It
surprised me because he
couldn't get it up. He couldn't get it up, and he talked about like I walk in gay parades, and I'm like walks like a duck, talks like a duck, and he would snap like his fingers, and he'd be like yes, and I'm like,
where was he from?
He's half white, half black. He's African American. He went to Howard University in the HBCU. But like, no, he broke my heart though. He
He
broke
was
my heart.
Muslim.
No, he was Christian.
Oh,
Most of the
well,
men that I ever slept with were basically Christian. 2 were like Muslim.
all I'm gonna say is this though: a real men, if they really like women, they are trying to have their face all up in it. So you having that experience, I'm not saying that that's totally indicative of a man being gay, but that's a red flag.
No, for me, I was talking to this guy. I really like this guy. He talked about I want my salad tossed, and I unmatched. I was like, you have to be down low.
Wait, he said he wanted that done to him?
His voice was kind of feminine voice sounding, and he was saying a lot of like GAY stuff. So his voice was kind of little like homo, and he was saying that stuff, and I was like, it's just like it was 2 things at once. He had that voice that, like, I know that the men's voices are different. Not all their octaves drop off at a certain point because of different ages, right? Maybe his voice didn't drop yet, but he had that feminine sounding kind of JAY voice, and he was talking about, I never he's like, I really want my salad tossed, and I think if a woman does it, it's not GAY, and I'm like,
well, I'm gonna be honest with you. Most of these guys out here, anyways, especially in today's society, probably 30% of them are bisexual. So,
yes, he was talking about, I want my his like chest sucked on, and then he's like, I want you to take control when we get into it, and I'm like, nah, man, you're reminding me of a homo porn. You must be down low. I was paranoid. Because my first guy that I lost my V card, he was giving off those rainbow tendencies. I was like, I can't go back to the past.
Why would you be paranoid though?
Because the first guy, I thought he was GAY, but I have no evidence, though.
But let me ask you a question. What if he wasn't? What if he was just bisexual?
I can't do bisexual, man. I'm sorry. I know nothing against the rainbow grade, but I cannot sleep with a bi man, because at that point, why not just become a lesbian? Like, let me just go gay too. Oops, my bad. GAY. Sorry. Let me go.
Well, here's the thing, because I just got flagged by TikTok for sexually suggestive content.
I'm so sorry.
That was more so me, because it happens. TikTok is very sensitive.
I said the G word. They don't like the G word.
Oh, actually, you're being flagged. It says violation by model. Model was liable to be flagged for hate speech and hateful behaviors.
Oh, snap. You know what? Never mind. Let me change the topic. Before they take me down. I just wanted a quick advice on my personal story about this Caribbean guy I was dating. Like, yeah. We met on Tinder, right? And we had gotten, like, stuff in the car, but we didn't do the thing, but we did do the second time, right? And then he was like, oh, you're my girlfriend, and he's like, you're my future wife, and I was like, nigga, you're just love bombing. And I was like, let's just be friends. Like, I can't do this. Like, I can't be a girlfriend. Like, there's a reason why I don't believe in this concept. It's just too much work, being a girlfriend. Remember the nigga's birthday and go on dates, and then you have to buy a gift. I can't do it. I'm lazy. I'm a lazy ass bitch. I want to be single. So he was like, oh, you know what? Let's be friends, right? So he works at Walmart, right? Not like, of course he's not my, he's not established.
What kind of where he works at Walmart?
Yes. But he's a stock. Yeah, his money's not up. And what's the ridiculous part? He was asking me for $200. He was asking me for I was like, how dare you ask for money when you're the man, you're the provider.
Stop.
I know. He works at Walmart. I can't. I blocked his ass though.
Hey, you did the right thing.
He was the audacity of him to ask for money.
How old is he?
He is 31 and I'm 30.
Snap.
I expected him to be mature.
Do you have a college degree?
Yes. He don't. So I'm not being a gold digger for... No. Right? I blocked his ass.
31 working at Walmart, and he got the nerve to also want you to do all this weird stuff to him?
He and you know what? He's seeing other girls, and I was like, "Go to your 7 other bitches."
What? Wait a minute. Well, why would you even entertain him in the first place, Marwa?
I was just trying to be his. I felt sorry for him. I was like, "Let me be."
Feel sorry for him for what? He's a man. You ain't supposed to feel sorry for no man.
I was trying to be Bob the Builder, bitch. I was trying to help him. I was trying to build him up, like fix his resume, change his life.
Is that how you look like in your picture?
No, no. I mean, no, not really. That's a filter. Like, but
Oh,
it is
okay.
my
Well,
face.
listen. Let me tell you something. Okay. First of all, you probably got a lot of options. Okay. Let's just be honest. You
Well, I'm
probably
a BBW. Did I mention that?
okay. Okay. You're a BBW.
Yeah, my options are limited. Well, not all the way. There was another guy that came. I have
Well,
another.
let me
There's
ask you a
another
question.
guy
Wait,
that
well,
came
hold
into
on for
the.
a second. When you say
Sorry,
BBW, how much you weigh?
I'm 5'4" and I weigh 200.
You 5'4" and you weigh 200.
That's a nigga called me once a job of the hood. I ain't gonna lie to
No,
you.
I'm just trying to figure out
No, but I've
what you
attracted
meant by
pretty
that.
men. I've
But,
attracted pretty men.
but let me ask you, are you a shapely?
So like, I got the. Can you? Is there a picture that I could bring up here?
Yeah, we got to see. Hold on for a second. Let's see.
My profile doesn't have a picture, but is there where I can post a picture?
I don't think so. Well, I don't know. Well, let me just say this, Maruba.
Mhm.
Okay.
No, I've attracted pretty men, but I think like for me, I got caught up in his web because he gave me that title, and I was
I think
bewitched by
you
the
could do
title.
green screen though. You could do green screen. Let me see. Can you do? You see a button that says enhance?
Is it like? Is it? What is it? Enhance.
Maybe you don't. Maybe you can't. Maybe I can't see that.
I have 100 followers. Can I do that?
I'm not. I'm actually not so sure. I don't know. But you know what? You may not be able to do it. But either way, um,
Yeah.
you don't see. So at the bottom of your screen, you don't see anything that says enhance or
No, I think those are the people that have 1,000 followers.
yeah. I
I mean, I can
listen.
take you to my Instagram. I post a picture. I can do that. That's a lot.
Hold on. Oh, so you got an Instagram account?
I do. I do.
All right, hold on. Let me get my other phone because it dropped. Hold on for a second.
Okay, let me post a picture. Hold up. Hold up. Oh yeah. My family, they don't know this account. I mean, they don't know my Instagram because they don't even know what I do. In their minds, they think that I'm this holy person. So
Hold on for
that
a
is a
second.
long. That's another story for another day. But my Instagrams are they don't know me, so I can just post.
Let me see. I got to see what we talking about here because you said 5'4", 200, but I need to see how you.
I'm I'm Jabba the Hutt. No, I'm not Jabba the Hutt. I'm not Lizzo, but I'm big. I can admit that. I'm big girl.
Hold on for a second. I got to download Instagram on my other phone.
My at name is the.
Hold on for a second. I'm just waiting for Instagram to download. This shit taking forever to load. Okay, hold on.
Let me put my thing.
God damn. Oh my god.
You don't have your IG. You don't have an IG. I thought you
I
have because
do,
you're
but
off there.
I frequently delete it from my phones because social media. I don't.
It's too toxic. Okay, that's true.
Sometimes, yeah. Okay.
Really on TikTok? Okay.
What's your thing? What's your at?
No, that's not you, right?
You just DM'd me or something?
No, someone says the Mister that's my DM. That's my.
Oh, I see it. Okay, never mind.
Oh,
I just see it in the chat. Okay. Oh, okay. you said you like 5'4", 200 pounds.
Yeah.
So
Well, I am trying to lose weight, and he interrupted that because I was on my celibacy journey, trying to hang up being a hoe, lose some weight, become skinny. Because that's the only way you're going to attract a husband. That's just the reality of the facts, is being skinny.
well, I mean that you can attract a husband. It depends on the type of husband you want.
Oh, yeah. No, this
I
guy,
think
he
that's what
was
people
trying
need
to.
to realize. My bad. I think that's something that people need to realize. Losing weight isn't that it doesn't mean that
You'll get a husband.
you're well. You don't have to lose weight to get a husband. I think that's the thing. I think a lot of people think that you got to become, because I've seen some women that I don't find them attractive, and they look like Shrek to me, I mean, there's somebody out there for everybody, right? To some extent. Like, I'm pretty sure right now, if you were to go to the masjid, and because I'm pretty sure there's a Somali masjid somewhere in DC or in DMV, you put your hijab on and you go, you probably could find a Muhammad who might.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, like I rate men like cars. It's weird. No, people rate men like 1, 2, 3, 4, like he's a 10. I have
Right.
cars. Like there's a Camry, there's a Maserati. I said I don't mind marrying a Camry. I don't mind. And Camrys accept BBWs.
But let me ask you a question though. But is that what you want though? That's the really big question. Is that
Well,
what
I
you
don't want to marry. Like the thing is with Maseratis, which is the top tier guy to me in my rating system, they're just player. I feel like if I marry them, I always have to always be on guard because they be with other women. And I'd be constantly paranoid, like, oh, is he cheating on me? And he's pretty. Like this guy right now I'm dating. I told him I made the mistake. I told him first day I met him, oh, you're out of my league. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. He's athletic, like he goes to the gym and stuff, but his face not. You know what I'm saying? And like I told him that, and I was like, why are you with? You know what I'm saying? But he's with other girl, and I was like, he's a pretty, like he's a player, good, he's attractive, and I'm like, God, I can't marry someone that's like highly, because I'm going to be paranoid. They're always cheating on me.
Well, here's the thing. You don't know that. That's an assumption. He may not cheat on you. But what I will tell you, what more than likely will happen is that if he's an extremely attractive person, and you are around, like if you all have a friend circle or you're just out and about in the world in society, people are going to then be like, why is he with her? That's his wife. And so you could kind of pick up on this sentiment to where it can actually make you feel jealous, or not jealous, I'm sorry. It can make you feel insecure, very paranoid, knowing that there are women out there who feel as though that you're not deserving of that man. You see what I'm saying? Hello?
I was trying to bring it back to privatizing stupid on Instagram because I didn't want it publicized. Trying to make it.
But did you hear what I said?
Yeah, let me. No, yeah, I heard what you said. You said like, no, right now that's what I'm going.
You kind of broke up again. I don't know what's going on.
I mean, sorry. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah. You said this is, but you keep going back and forth between something. I don't know what you're doing.
Oh, sorry. Now I'm on.
Oh, okay.
No, I think that's what I'm going through with this guy now. Like, I'm paranoid. He's making me feel insecure because yet I'm like, there's these other girls.
Do you feel insecure, or do you feel insecure?
No, I'm insecure. I'm insecure about my size. That's why I want to lose weight. It's more so for me. Like, I used to be skinny. Imagine you're skinny all your life, and then you become big, and then you look in the mirror.
What made you gain weight?
I'm on like an anxiety medication. It makes you gain weight.
Oh, you're on SSRI?
Yeah. I can't wait to get off of it, because once I get off of it, it'll be so much easier to go back to being skinny. Because before I was 165, and then when I took it, it became 200.
You think that's skinny?
165? Not for my height. My height, I think it's 150, right?
I would venture to say that if you're that height, 130.
I don't know. That's too anorexic. I want curves. Like I like Megan Thee Stallion. No, she's 5'10", but you know what I mean. I want curvature.
You can have curves being that small.
Really? That's too anorexic. I need to be 150, but like with some
I'll be honest
curves.
with you, and this is the message for every woman out there. And I'm telling you, even as a guy, I'm telling you, I'm finna be so damn skinny by this time next year that you gonna think that I got something going on. Because let me tell you the reason why. And I'm not trying to be funny when I say this. And I was just trying to tell my wife this. Okay. First of all, realize that the whole thick, curvaceous vibe, like that is going out of style. That was a trend. And now that more and more people are getting dialed into their health, people are becoming not caught up anymore with trends in terms of aesthetics and stuff, but more so trends for like overall longevity. What I mean by this is people are going to start to become more dialed into wanting to be as lean and skinny as possible for both men and women. And the other thing is, from a long-term perspective of being with somebody, being that small and that lean and working, and it's not just the fact that you're skinny, it's also, are you into fitness? Are you physically active? Because that usually correlates, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a person who is dating and you're like 160, 50 pounds, whatever, because it's almost inevitable that you're going to gain weight in a relationship, right? It's inevitable. However, wouldn't it be, you would want to be with somebody who honestly is at like, because let me tell you what happens to a lot of people in their 20s and their 30s. Because I when I look back on it, I kind of did this to some extent, but a lot of other people do this. You're working now for the sake of trying to find a spouse because you want to lose weight in hopes to make yourself as physically attractive as possible. And then when you get into a relationship, if those habits weren't already inculcated deeply within your who you are as a person, like it's not a part of your personality to be so dialed in to your health routines, it's almost inevitable that when you get with somebody that you're going to be like, finally I can breathe. Because it was never something that you truly wanted to do for the sake of just you and your body, and something you want to do for the sake of not just your ability to leverage your looks to find a spouse, but also because you know you're doing this for your reputation in society. You're doing this because you know that your looks are a social currency, and you want to also leverage this in order to get ahead in terms of your career and where you're going in life, right? Because people who are very, very, very serious about their careers are also going to be very serious about their self-image and and how to successfully use that to leverage that to build and maintain social relationships. And this was never explained to me when I was young, and probably not explained to a lot of people, because a lot of times, especially with older people, we were kind of acculturated into a mindset where we were told that at the end of the day, it's about your experience and it's about how much you know and how smart you are. And while that's true in terms of at the end of the day, you have to know your shit. You got to be smart. You got to be intelligent, right? But most people want to be around people who they just find physically attractive, period. Like,
They're same
a
level.
good reflection of your habits, your discipline, your habits, your discipline, your routines. Like, people will have way more respect for you if they sense or feel like you're somebody who is very committed to a health and wellness routine, especially if you're a man. Because and then the other thing is, and I had to learn this the hard way, when you're black, you have to work twice, sometimes 3 times as hard to be perceived just as great as a white person. Because another thing is, skin tone is also another form of currency in this world that we live in. And if you don't have the right complexion, now you got to figure out a way how to max out on other aspects of your existence in order to then make up for the fact that just by default, we live in a predominantly white society where out the gate, especially you being a woman of color, there are a whole bunch of assumptions out there about you and your capabilities. And one of the biggest stereotypes, and I see this play out all the time on social media, a lot of people think that black people are lazy, fat, and they think that black women are fat, loud, and obnoxious.
Or angry.
And angry. So now you got to work twice as hard to prove that that's not you. Now, some people might make the argument that, oh, well, we shouldn't have to do all that, blah, 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 blah. Listen, you can argue all day long about that and talk about how it's unfair and that's unjust and that's discrimination, da, 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 da. But these are the facts of life. You cannot stop people from thinking the way they think, especially living in this predominantly white society. So, if you want to get ahead, find that perfect man for you. Another thing is, you said something. Hold on for a second. You said something that made me think. You said you've been taking antidepressants, right? If I heard that correctly.
Anxiety, yeah.
So here's the thing, and I don't want to go into too much detail because I'm pretty sure that might be personal, but clearly you have other stuff going on in life that's making you take that, right?
Mental health, yes.
Okay, so
mental
you don't need to be dating at the moment.
I love them though. I love them though.
You don't need to be dating. You need to be working on yourself.
For an entire decade. Just imagine not having a man for 10 years.
I don't think you need to be dating because if you got all that going on.
Well, I'm not ready to get married. Of course not. You know what I'm saying? Because I always wonder, should I even with people with mental health issues, should they even be getting married though? Like, I
don't think that you're not deserving of getting married. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that clearly you have some things that you need to be working on as far as your own mental health and your self-improvement, because you want to put yourself in a position where you are attracting somebody who, like, you know what makes for really great relationships?
Yeah.
Happy relationships require happy people.
Yeah.
You don't want to be in a situation where at the end of the day, you're out here trying to court people knowing that you got some things that you need to be working on for the sake of your own mental health, whatever that might be. I mean, if you don't mind me asking, is it because of money? Is it because of past traumas? Like, because... And
you want my diagnosis?
Well, I don't want your diagnosis. I'm just trying to figure out, like, is it...
What it is?
Well,
I have to be open with you. I don't...
sure, go ahead. Tell me, yeah.
Yes, it's like schizophrenia with depression.
Oh, okay. So that is something that's somewhat out of your control, so I could kind of understand that.
Yeah, it's in my genetics. It's in my bloodline.
Okay, so that is something that you can't control that.
Yeah, but like that's why I feel like for me marriage is like, I know it's a stressor and my disease doesn't do well with stressors. That's why I was like, should I even be getting married? Because like the reason why I don't want to hit kids is because of my disease. Like, ew, I don't want to pass it down and I don't want to take care of, well, I have a disease too. Like I can't do it. Like that's why I don't want kids. But I was like, marriage, I don't know can I handle like a husband with this
I mean, is it manageable?
Yeah, it's manageable. Like, I take meds and I go to therapy.
Well, if it's manageable, have you had any episodes lately, or?
Most of my episodes are tied to job security, so I didn't have a stable footing with job security, and that's what caused me to be sick. And I was in university, So majority of them was in university. You know, that's the time where most people get sick because it's a stressor.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, but I'm still on my meds now because I realized like, you know, I need to be on these meds because when I'm on meds, I have stability. When you get off is when you get an episode.
Mm.
If that makes sense. When you
No,
are
that
on
makes
meds,
perfect sense. Yeah,
when
no,
you're on meds, yeah,
yeah. So listen,
you just stay on the
something
meds. Does
that's
that make
out of you.
sense?
Yeah, I mean, and if that's what you have to do, then you have to manage that, right? So there's nothing wrong with that. That's something that's completely out of your control. I was thinking that maybe something else was going on temporarily, but I mean, your genetics are your genetics. You can't control that.
Yeah,
So
it was out of. Yeah, I got it through. Yeah, my brother has it too. It's genetic. It was like
yeah.
destined.
So that being said,
But I know my triggers, which is stress. If that makes sense.
well, here's the thing: you're managing it, so that's all that matters. I
Yeah.
guess then my next point is now that we've established this, and that's something that you just simply can't control, and you're managing it, which is a good
But
thing.
but men are not a trigger for it. If that makes sense, because I've been with them for 2 years now.
Well, what I was gonna say is where I'm getting at is that so long as you recognize this and you are aware of this and you're doing everything in your power,
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. This is who you are.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's me.
Yeah,
But like, yeah. But after the like the Days of Our Lives that he put me through, you know, the soap opera,
Yeah.
which it was 3 weeks of Days of Our Lives. I was like, nah, a boyfriend's not where it's at. I just I can't do it. Like he was so needy. He's like, oh, tell me I love you. And then he said good morning text. I was like,
After how many days?
he was like the third, like the second week, no, the fourth day he was saying I love you. The second week he was like, you're my future wife. No, the first week he wanted to be my girlfriend. He wanted us to be boyfriend girlfriend. And I'm like, nigga, you're still on Tinder.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
he's a bum. He's a bum. But like I blocked him. But then he came back to me. And then I blocked him and then he came back to me. And I'm like I'm realizing now this shit is toxic. I think he was technically my first boyfriend. I never had one. So I like the idea of it. I know I'm doing it late. I'm doing it late because most people do it at 16 in high school. But it felt like that. And I felt like I was like, wait a minute, this is not stability, it's not maturity. I'm 30. Why am I acting 16? So
Well,
I
first of
blocked him
all,
today. I gave him the resume. I was like, good luck with it, but I'm not gonna be Bob the Builder, bitch.
well,
We're done. And then this
yeah,
other gay guy came to me. That's this last before I get off. There's this other guy that came back to me,
yeah,
but
but
he's
here's
more
the
so
thing.
my type. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Have some standards though. Don't have a type. Don't just settle for any man that gives you attention. You
A
know.
title, yeah.
Yeah, no, like have standards. Like you want at least a man with a college degree. You want a man who like have some standards. Have a type. Like I
No
dating.
more brokies. No more
mean,
dusties.
I mean, well, here's the thing, and I'm not trying to be funny, but 31 working at Walmart, it's giving intellectual disabilities.
Well, he's an immigrant.
From where?
Haiti. But he came here in 2009. So I don't know. He has no excuse though. He had all this time.
Lady, hey, what you doing? What are you doing?
Yes, I was like, you don't understand. I never had a boyfriend, so I just got caught up in that. I was like, he gave me a title. He said the word "I love you." He love bombed me. But I was just being like, it was my first guest boyfriend. It's not even a real relationship. I think he was just lying the whole time. And I'm like, why are you love bombing me? You already got the kitty cat.
Let me tell you something. I'm not trying to be funny or anything, but do you not know about the reputation of these men from?
F boy. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
him saying all that, that's just a setup.
Yeah, that's a setup. Oh, dang. I'm dumb. I didn't know. I never dated a Caribbean man. I don't have no experience with them.
Oh yeah, no, baby, no. Listen, you just told me everything I need to hear. You need to go ahead and block him and be done and move on.
No, I blocked him before I got on this live because I was talking to this other dating coach on another live, and he's like, "You need to block him." And he was saying, I was like, "No, he was making me go crazy."
Immigrant from Haiti. He ain't no citizen.
He has a green card. You know, he has citizenship. I'm sorry, he has citizenship.
Oh, so he does that. Well, you know, Trump finna reverse that anyway, so you could just go ahead and let that one go.
Yeah, he is just like, for me, it was like, I did what I did. I'm a woman of my word. I promised you for the resume. I did the resume and I blocked him. And I was like, I don't even want to be a friend. Cause like, You're not even a good friend. I was like, I kept telling him today, we're just friends. We're just
Wait a
friends.
minute. Did you give him some na 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 na?
Once.
Marwa. Girl, I'm
He's
gonna
not.
get some
No,
standards. Come on now, Walmart. What college do you go to?
George Mason University.
Where?
George Mason University in Fairfax.
You went to GMU.
Yes.
Do you have a master's degree?
No, I have a bachelor's degree in English.
Okay, you have a bachelor's degree in English, and you dating a man from Walmart, and all he's doing is stocking shelves and shit.
He's a stock boy.
31 years old. 31. Do you hear yourself? A
Oh my
30-year-old
God!
man.
He's the
That's a
bottom of
stock
the
boy.
barrel. I don't even want to be. He's not even worth having as a friend. I
I can
entertain him as
see,
a friend.
like, and I listen. The jobs. Hey, everybody got to do something, right? We don't know this man's situation. I don't know this man's
You know what
situation.
he said today to me? He said, I got in a car accident, and he's like, I want you to pay for my rental car. And I was like, nah, brokey, I blocked us. I can't do it no more. I can't
Well,
do it.
here's the thing. Just listen. Just going forward, make this vow to me. You are not going to date a man that does not have a college degree. And if he does not have a college degree, okay, and you're willing to give him some consideration, you have two exceptions to this rule.
Doctor?
Number one-
IT.
Well, no, he needs to either he works some sort of trade,
Okay.
plumber, electrician. Like, and he has to be making money to overcompensate for that. And
Not
see,
having
here's
a
the thing.
degree.
I don't why I say having a degree is a necessity is because you need to have an all-around well-rounded man to have conversations with. A lot of times, guys, listen, the literacy rate is already super low in this country. Only about 40% of adults can read at a certain grade level, right? Like at a fourth or fifth grade reading level. So you talking about dating a dude who,
His English is not up there.
well, that's where you also messed up at,
He's
because
like, you use big words.
you need that. And then listen, and I'm not saying that college degrees and all be all, because at the same time, I'm not going to sit up here and tell you to date a dude with a college degree, but he is a social worker or a teacher. Because I would even go as far as to tell you, you don't need to be messing with no man like that.
Is there like a tax bracket you have to focus on? Like he has to make 70,
How much you make?
60?
You make $60,000 a year, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You need to be making a man who's making at least
Six figures?
$1,000 a year at your age. That
Okay.
is not a stretch. I hate to be the bearer of bad news for people, but that's not a stretch.
How about 80K? How about if you drop it down to 80K?
What does he do? What do they do?
IT? What if I want IT? Like I want like, doctor,
80 grand at
lawyer.
30. Yeah. Okay.
No, I want IT, doctor, well, doctor, I don't really want doctor because they ain't got no time for me. But I want like IT. I like IT because they got time, and then lawyer or like a good profession. Maybe firefighter.
Where do
Not
you work at
policeman, not
again? You work
military.
for the feds, you said?
I'm trying to get a federal job though. I'm a contractor now, but I want to
Okay.
be a fed. Yes, I want to be a fed.
Okay. Here's the thing. It's going to depend on where they work at. Either way, they need to be stable. If they make 80, 85 grand, but they got their own place, car, no debt, bills, this is, it's not always about the money, because you could date somebody making $100,000 a year and they're broke. They got bad financial management skills. They don't.
How do you know that before marrying them?
Oh,
You
you
said
said ask this shit.
You have to look at his credit score, look at his like things, everything.
If you're gonna marry a man, you need to tell them straight up, like, look. Well, first of all, they need to have their own place, and their own car.
Yeah.
And then what you need to do is, once you get knee deep into a relationship, you need to be like, hey. But you know what? Let me just say this, ladies. Let me just say this. I'm at the point where I feel like we just need to ask this shit up front. You will save yourself so much time
Yeah.
if you would stop messing with people who don't have their finances together.
That's what I'm saying with this guy. I knew I knew he was a Dusty and a Brokey because he talked about like I could tell that he's impulsive, and I can't date someone that's a man that's
You need to date
impulsive.
somebody
I
who
want
got at
I
least
want the
a
good guy.
720 credit score.
Yes, I want Kumase de la. Yes, like the good guy, and he's like, oh, well, bad boys give good D, and I was like, go to hell. I
Who
want.
said that?
He said the good guy is boring and the bad boy gives good D. And I was like, well, you're a bad boy. He's not even my type though. I like the good guy. I like the one that works 9 to 5, you know, quote unquote boring, safe choice, but good looking, of course. But like has a degree, you know, nerdy, not like, you know what I'm saying, but still cool. You know what I'm saying? And he's outside of my type. He's a bad boy. I cannot stand bad boys. And I was like, he's going against what I even like as a type. If that makes sense, that's my type. I want the good guy, and it's like for me in DC, it's just F boy. It's F boy city, F boy land, the whole DMV, like F boy. I was like, where is the good guy? Do I have to go to Georgia? I don't know. It's so annoying. Where is he at?
You just gotta. Here's the thing. I'm gonna be honest with you.
But where is the good guy though? Being on the dating app.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. You want my honest advice?
Yes.
You really want my honest advice?
Yeah.
This is what you gotta do. First and foremost, and then I'm gonna give you advice, and then I'm gonna let somebody come on because Renee wants to come on. First and foremost, in my honest opinion, if we really want to max out on men, I'm telling you, you say about 200 now.
Mm-hmm. No, I need to go. I'm working now. I'm trying to lose weight,
baby. Drop that down to 130. Go talk to your doctor about a prescription for Ozempic or Mounjaro.
Okay.
And get that down to about 130.
Mm-hmm.
Get you a Planet Fitness membership or a membership to LA Fitness, and give yourself a good year to drop that weight. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying you can't mess around or whatever, but
there is another guy in the picture.
You got a lot of men.
No, I swear to God, I'm on a celibacy route, but no, I kind of failed though because I hoed in October. I couldn't do it. It was hard, but I came back to it, and
drop that down to about 130. 130. And listen, I'm not saying go get your peen. Go get your peen, and But
no, this other guy came back to me though.
Let me ask you a question. See, here's another problem. I'm telling you.
No, I'm listening. No. I can't have a relationship because I'm trying to focusing on losing weight. So like, I'm not wanting a relationship, but I still want to get my rocks off. And this guy came back to me.
That. No, listen. This is what I'm trying to tell you though. I'm giving you good advice. Listen.
Go ahead.
You don't need to be in a relationship. You just want some dick, and I'm not knocking that. You just got to set those boundaries, though. You got to let these dudes know up front. Look, I just want some dick. That's it. Just set that healthy boundary. I don't want nothing more else. Nothing like. And wait, let me ask you a question. Where is all this going down? You doing this at your place or their place?
Well, my place has my family. They still think I can't do it. Then they don't know my my second life, my double life. So I do it at a hotel, or sometimes I go to their place. But it's scary. I'd rather use a hotel. I don't want to be murdered.
Okay, well, listen. Just look at you for the year and keep those relationships.
Yeah. No, this other guy, like I said, No, this other guy came back to me, but he blocked me, and I was like, but he's fine though. He's my type, and he's an electrician, and he got a trust fund. Well, I don't want his money, but he's my type, and he's an electrician, and like he fine on all that stuff like that. But he blocked me. I was mad. I was like, no, we're just gonna be friends because you
got benefits.
But he's hot though. No, I told. Now I'm trying to be beneficial because he's fine. He's fine as hell.
But you got benefits. You got healthcare benefits.
Yeah, I have health insurance. Yep.
Okay.
No, listen. And I use protection. Yes, you can't be a dummy.
No.
You gotta cover.
What I'm saying is, hit up that GP tomorrow.
GP?
Consult your general physician. Do that consult.
I got tested.
Get that Wegovy or Mounjaro.
Oh yes, the weight loss. Sorry.
and then get into the gym ASAP.
I have a
I'm
home gym.
telling you,
I have a
within a
home gym.
year, this time next year. Oh, and then also
I'm gonna
start
get this time next
working
year.
on your fashion. Start.
Mm-hmm.
Get all that together. Get all that together. Get all that together. Right?
Yes.
Fashion, makeup, get dolled up. Work on all that, and I'm guaranteeing you, a year from now, the field of men that you will open yourself up to will put everything into perspective, meaning you will start to realize that you are not just limiting yourself to dusties and broke men and men who just are not deserving of your time.
They want the P, yeah. Because I was insecure. I'm not gonna hold you. I'm insecure.
Well, yeah, I can tell. I mean, but this is what I'm saying though, that like you just gotta just listen.
Lose the weight.
Let me tell you something, you guys. Let me tell you, my wife, and she's in the chat too. She's probably wondering what the hell I'm
Is
doing.
she plus size too?
No, she's not. But
She's skinny. Okay.
well, I wouldn't say she's skinny, but she's not plus size. But I will tell you, my wife and I last year we bought these calendars off of what do you call it? Off of TikTok shop called the Big Ass Calendar, right? Where they put all 12 months on this big board, right? And in the early, I'm kind of like borderline ADHD, right? So every day I'm crossing off each day, and I'm like, damn, I got to fill out. Like, I cannot believe that each day that's going by, like it just seems like it's going to take forever to fill out, right? And every day I would just be in my office staring at this big ass calendar with all the months and the days on this calendar, right? Now my wife has the same calendar too, right? So now here we are. It's November 20th. I went in my wife's office last week and it just hit me. Because I took my calendar down, like after like March, I took that shit down because it was low key driving me crazy. Seeing each day just go by, right? And I'm like, man, this is never going to end. I went in my wife's office the other day and I was looking at her calendar and she literally crossed off every single day because she still has hers up. And I was like, I'll be damned. This year went by quick. Let me tell you, a year is not a long time. It's not. Before you know it, look, it's already 9:30 and I should have had my ass at the gym already, which I'm going to be getting on pretty soon so I can at least get my workout in, right? But I'm telling you right now, a year is not a long time. You can make a dent. You can make a lot of change in a year. People think that a year is a long time. It is not. It was just 2020. Doesn't it feel like 2020 was yesterday? That was almost 5 years ago.
Yes. Even 2023 feels like yesterday, but it's
right. That's what I'm saying. So like, look, all you need is a year. And I'm gonna be quite honest, maybe you do need to go back on that celibacy journey. Because it sounds like you are in a state of FOMO, if we're going to be quite honest. FOMO meaning fear of missing out. It sounds like you are trying to make up for lost time. And I'm telling you.
Because I was like, I had no, from 20 to 28, I got nothing.
Yeah, but here's the thing. There's no need to catch up on anything because the men who you are playing catch up with, you don't want to take the risk. I'm sorry.
Yes. The laws are changing. That's true. The laws be changing.
I'm telling you, you just need to just focus on you.
Yeah.
Work on becoming the best version of yourself. And
but what if? But I can't like. What if I have those urges? I have to just watch Quan.
Yeah, get you a damn rose. Shit.
Yo, is it?
You think you was too good for the rose?
Wait. Is it just as good as a man? Or?
I don't know. Coochie. You tell me, shit. You better get you a rose, I don't know. They got a whole plethora.
I'm gonna give myself those things because like
they got a whole plethora.
What's the one? Not the rose. What is it called? The one with that shit.
They got listen. I don't know what it's called. I don't own anything like that. All I'm saying is, you need to just spend the next year just say
no celibacy.
That or because
I just need to get my rock offs one time because this guy came back and he fine.
Are you that? You just.
I tried. Like I was celibate last year for 6 months. I did. I for 6 months I was good, and then I came back this year, and it's been like every month, a new nigga. You know, just couldn't.
Well, here's the thing, and we're gonna have to end it here because somebody else wants to come on. Listen, you just need to do you, okay?
No,
You
I do
just,
not want no boyfriend. Ew, no
no, no,
relationship.
no. I'm not saying you to get into a relationship with a boyfriend. What I'm saying is, but here's the thing: you keep saying this, but then you keep bringing up another dude. You keep bringing up these other. Listen. All I'm saying is, look, just spend the next year leveling up, upgrading yourself, getting into the best shape of your life, changing up your wardrobe.
Mm-hmm.
You know, making sure your finances and shit together. Glow up. You know,
Get the glow up.
experiment with different hairstyles, makeup, whatever, and then by
Get the
this
man that I
time
want.
next year, you will put yourself into a whole different category where you can attract a whole slew of different types of men. Right now, you're only attracting, like, here's some real. I'm gonna be honest with you. You attract who you are. So if you finding yourself attracting these types of men, that is more of an indication of where you're at currently in life. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you're attracting men who work at Walmart or men who just that kind of
boys.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. You're attracting your standards. That's what I'm saying. Like,
oh yeah, you are what you attract.
Yeah, like This is who you're pulling into your life. So
yeah, I just because it's like a BBW. Like, do you feel like you don't have much choices?
Well, let's stop here for a second. Let's remove this term from your vocabulary, okay? Because I feel like calling yourself a BBW is also sanitizing the reality of what you like, where you are right now at life. Because what I mean by sanitizing, what I mean is we also don't want to get into the habit of what's the word that I'm looking for here?
Devaluing myself.
No, not devaluing, but de-emphasizing the reality that just being heavier, period, isn't just healthy. I'm sorry, being heavier is not healthy. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to, because I feel like when I hear people label themselves that, it's almost as if they're giving themselves permission to be okay with being that size, knowing that it's just not healthy, period.
Oh, no, I'm not healthy.
Right. So if you're aware of that, what I'm saying is don't embrace that.
Oh, no, I mean, like, as in a way, because men don't give BBWs a chance. Like, most men don't like plus size women. That's what I'm saying. My choices are limited. That's why you said to transform some of my options open.
Well, don't even call yourself plus size. Shit. You don't need to call yourself that. Just say I'm overweight, obese, whatever.
Obese, yeah.
I call myself that too. Shit. I was looking at them like,
no, I'm fat. I just look in the mirror, I'm fat.
Exactly. But however, that doesn't mean that I'm not saying just because you're plus size or fat, whatever. I'm not also trying to then say that right now you should just look at yourself with shame and feel like you're not deserving of love or anything. What I'm saying though is it's also being very acknowledging of the reality that you're just not going to be as maximally attractive to as many people as possible.
Yes, there's the men that I want and I can't have because of my size, and I know that. So
I'm not saying you can't have them. I want to clarify this though, because I don't want to make it seem
like they're not attracted to me. They're not the attraction.
Well, we don't know this though, but you won't know. But here's the thing: we don't know this for 100% certainty, but we can almost guarantee that does play a role. In other words, try to control every single factor possible. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Like, weight, your fashion, your...
Because I want to get married one day.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But here's another thing, too. This isn't just about glowing up physically, but also mentally, like...
Emotionally, yeah.
Emotionally, like...
My insecurities, yeah.
Working on all of that.
My confidence, yeah.
Confidence. You got to enter in your villainaire. You got to start setting really hard boundaries. You got to really start setting hard boundaries on what you like and don't like, and letting people know that off the rip. Like, no, I don't.
Too nice. I'm too nice. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I could tell because you dating a man. You was sexing up a man from Walmart.
I was way too nice to him. Like I need to have more boundaries and just be mean.
Listen, let me tell you something. It's a whole bunch of, if we're gonna be quite honest, it's a whole bunch of women that work at Walmart that he could have had access to. But you bumbled your ass into that Walmart. And,
Tinder. Tinder.
Oh no, you met this man off of Tinder. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You met a man off of Tinder who working at Walmart when it's probably a lot of women that come through that damn store that not only work there but also the customers there. And you don't think that he was talking to other women? I'm pretty sure he is.
Oh no, he's talking to other women now. He showed me his Instagram and his videos. I'm like, you're a player. I just there's no saving you. You are an F boy. I can't do this. Like, you know, yeah, I tried to be his friend. I tried to be his friend, not even his girlfriend, just platonic friends. And he couldn't even do that. I was like, I'm just trying to help you get a job, but you're just not appreciating my efforts. I blocked you. I did what I promised. I gave you the resume, and I blocked him. Because I'm like, you can't even be a good friend. I'm not even asking you to be a good boyfriend. I'm asking you just to be a solid friend. And you can't do that. You're too self-absorbed. He's in love with himself. And that's the problem. He loves himself. No one can ever love him or like him the way he does. So I was like, go ahead and you need to go fuck yourself. That's what you need to do. And go to hell. I can't do it. But one thing is, like, if I do end up getting married, and you lie about your body count, just quick thing before I leave. You lie or...
Yeah.
You lie.
Well, listen.
If it's Prince Charming.
Just give yourself that year.
No, I was talking about the future.
Give yourself that year. But let me let this other person know.
Yeah, of course.
But it was nice talking to you, Marwan. Good luck.
Thank you. I'm grateful for your advice and your perspective as a man.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And I'm waiting for the audio book for the.
I'm gonna put it out there.
I'll be the first one to buy it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Peace. Hello?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yes. It sounds like the
Hi, Quan.
Hey, what's up? How you doing? What's going on?
Not too much. I didn't even know that you did these lives like this. I thought it was just you doing the live. I didn't know that you
started. This is the first time tonight that I've done this.
Oh, okay. The last time when I was on your live the last time, I was like, I'm gonna send him a request and see if he'll answer. So I'm glad that you're doing these now. So real quick, I'm not gonna take up too much of your time. So my profile is 41-year-old Black woman and not married, no kids, education. My highest education is a bachelor's degree. I work in the field of law. And it's been a while since I've actually dated anyone, but someone has come along, and it's been just mainly rolling around in the sheets.
What's wrong with that?
And that's what I want to know, if there is anything wrong with, like, I hate to admit it, because it seems so taboo and stereotyped and everything, but I'm actually enjoying it. Here are my I will say these are my 3 top things that I have an issue with, or like I have qualms with in regards to him. I find that he is not really a spender. There's been times where I feel like I've had to not necessarily lower myself, but like ask for, why don't you spend money on me, like, more than one time? And he's given, the excuses. He's trying to get things together and blah, blah, blah. But I think he comes from a background, and somewhere along along the lines, he has been made to believe that he doesn't necessarily need to spend money on women. So he's been conditioned to thinking that, that's okay with every woman.
Spend money in what way, though? Define spending money.
taking me out to dinner or even giving me money every now and again. Or, like the last time I told him, I was like, you're not coming back to my house without something in your hand. Like that's
Do you all have titles?
no,
Okay,
no.
so what's the next issue? Because I'm gonna break all this down in a second. So what's the second and third issue?
What is the second issue is what is the second? No, well, I'm gonna just, you know what? Since I can't remember the second or third one, well, I guess the second one would be, am I doing anything wrong? Do I need to be looking for, because I hear you stress a lot on, compatibility, and we should really be looking for people that are on our socioeconomic level. And that's not really the case with me. So am I selling myself short? And so that's the second issue. If I'm selling myself short, first issue is the money stuff. And then I
Does
wouldn't
he
really
have
say that
kids? Yeah.
he doesn't have, no, he doesn't have any kids. And I wouldn't really say that there's a third issue, even in conjunction to the money. Like if I ask him to do things, or if I start telling him, like I'm finding that, and this may sound a little derogatory or degrading, but he's very trainable. You know what I mean? Like if I say I don't appreciate you doing this, or if I don't appreciate you doing that, like he will actually listen to me and make efforts to change it.
Is he
So
older
I'm
than you or
wondering if I'm
younger?
making a big deal out of something, and
Wait,
if there's anything I need to do. I'm sorry, go ahead.
but is he older? Is he older or younger than you?
So
Same.
he's 3 years younger than me. I'm 41
And
and
he's
he's
38.
38. Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing. How long have you all been fucking around with one another?
About 6 months.
That is a long time.
Oh, the third issue. I remember the third issue now. Sexually explicit content. He is very obsessed with releasing in me. And I keep telling him I don't want any kids. I don't want any children. I don't want any children. But every time we, either prior to us being intimate or while we're intimate, don't get me wrong, his PO game is strong, but it's like he has an obsession of wanting to release in me. And what is that about with men? Like, it's a never ending conversation. It's a never ending question
Well,
with him.
well, let's stop here. Let's back this up for a second.
Okay.
Does he want to have kids?
Yes.
Okay, so are you on birth control?
No.
So you don't have any type of birth control, and you guys don't use any type of protection, right?
No.
Okay, so, but you don't want to have kids though, right?
At all.
Okay, so do you know whether or not it's easy for you to get pregnant, or?
I'm still in the bracket of it can happen. Yes, I'm not out of the woods yet.
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest with you. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Number one, you said he does not spend money on you. Why would he if you all aren't officially in a relationship? If you all don't have
Because you're getting my time and you're getting my goods.
But how did you all even meet? Like, where did you all even, and where does he work? How much money does he make?
So he's a project manager for a roofing company.
He makes some money then.
He makes really good money, and we actually met in the grocery store. I kind of feel.
Well, here's the thing. He just wants you for sex, if we're going to be quite honest with you.
Okay.
He doesn't want a relationship. I mean, obviously he doesn't. He's keeping you, either he doesn't want a relationship, or he's keeping you as an option in the event that he does want to inevitably get into a relationship with you.
Okay.
Because you haven't brought that up, right? Like, do you want to be in a relationship with him?
We have brought up relationship, and he does say that he wants to be in a he does want to be in a relationship with.
Why 6 months? You wait, ma'am. You 41. This man is 38 years old. Y'all ain't no damn 25 and 26 and shit. Y'all you older than me. I'm 40. He's 38. We know what the deal is. So what's going on with this? Y'all ain't having no conversation?
For me, I don't want the responsibilities of a relationship.
Well, and that's, listen.
I like to be able to do what we do, and I send him on his way.
And listen, that is completely okay if that's what you want. But the thing is, you can't also expect him to treat you like a girlfriend.
Okay.
I mean, why would I want to spend money on you if at the end of the day, we're just fucking? I mean, yeah, maybe from time to time.
Even fuck buddies, that you spend money on fuck buddies too.
What?
Okay, yeah. So I had it. So I had it all wrong then.
Hell yeah, man! Are you kidding me? Why? If I have no real intention on wanting to see you as my girlfriend / fiance wife, why am I going to consciously take you out on dates, court you, and treat you as something that I know you're not? You see what I'm saying? Like, nobody does that. I mean, here's the thing. I'm going to be quite honest with you. Mm-hmm. If you do want that, right, you can have that. You just got to tell him that, but also put it in context of like, well, I want to be in a relationship and I inevitably want to get married. Mm-hmm. And if that's not what you want, then that's okay, right? Mm-hmm. But I mean, then expect him to like take you out. And I mean, so you guys have never gone out? You've never gone to like a restaurant or movies? Or
we've done breakfast at the most. We've done breakfast, and
like he's taking you to
he comes when he comes over, he'll bring food but we spend most of our time at home.
So he's doing stuff with you to some extent, but I think, to be honest with you, he's reciprocating the energy that is necessary for this type of situation. Because I'm sorry, but if we don't have titles and all I'm doing is pretty much digging up in your guts every other night, and that's about it, then I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not gonna go spend $200-$300 to take you to motherfucking Ruth's Chris, or take you to go get some crab legs, or take you out to a nice Italian restaurant to do this and do that. Like, he's getting, I mean, to be honest with you, he's giving you the energy that you're giving him. You don't want to be in a relationship. You don't want kids. You don't want the responsibilities of a relationship. But I mean, you're getting something. You all are getting some. I mean, you all are essentially friends with benefits. I mean, that doesn't come with him occasionally giving you money, or, I mean, you really were expecting this from a 30. I mean, so, but this is where I'm.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. And that's why I wanted to ask you. Like, am I lowering my stand? Like, is it
lowering your standards?
If I do say, you know what? Mm-hmm.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think you're lowering your standards at all. I mean, you all have pretty much operated in this gray zone where you've kind of danced around the subject of being in a relationship, but at the same time, it sounds like to me that you want to be entitled to certain aspects of what it is like to be in a long-term monogamous relationship, where you want this man to wine and dine you, but then you don't want the actual title, because there's a part of you that doesn't want to be obligated to him, on top of the fact that it sounds like you might be also leaving yourself open to you wanting to easily get out of that situation in the event that somebody else comes along, right? Because that's not
precisely. Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't see what the big deal is, because if at the end of the day you two are having fun and you all are just fucking around and having sex, which I'm going to be honest with you. I do think it's a bit risky from the perspective of there's a possibility that you could get pregnant, but not only that, but I hope you all are regularly getting tested, because if you all don't have any type of, real serious, not that this matters anyways, because people could be boyfriend, girlfriend, hell, wife and husband, and people still go out and cheat and give you STDs and whatever, blah, 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 blah. But what I'm saying though is that I would think that in a situation like this, knowing that you all aren't officially married, officially girlfriend, boyfriend, you have not talked about being in an exclusive monogamous relationship with one another, that at least you're wise enough to recognize that he's probably still messing around with other women, right? Is he? Do you know?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of, and it's a constant conversation. I would hope that he's not. I'm not going to be naive.
Y'all are not boyfriend and girlfriend.
Happening, but I'm not messing around with anyone, and he is.
Why not?
Talking about he's committed, to me.
Man. Listen, if y'all ain't gonna go ahead and have this conversation this weekend, and you throw the gauntlet down and be like, look, what are we doing? Because at the end of the day, I'm gonna be honest with you. You got a really good situation going on.
Yeah.
You don't want a boyfriend, but at the same time, y'all are going to breakfast from time to time, and then he's bringing food over, but then now all of a sudden you kind of want him to start treating you like a girl.
Honestly, Quan, I think I've been brainwashed a lot by social media, TikTok especially, about the constant need for a man to give, a man to give, a man to give. Like if there's
if you boyfriend, girlfriend.
If there's no provision, then there shouldn't be anything else. Like if you're not putting the money down and the cash down and all of that.
And
And
let me tell you something. This is where people get it all wrong. This is where people are getting it all wrong. First and foremost, here's the thing. If you start having sex with somebody, right, and you all have not had an upfront, transparent conversation about what are we doing, right? You now are in this weird limbo state where what you want and what he wants, y'all are just kind of operating in your own separate worlds to some degree. And then you find yourself wanting certain things that is essentially something that only is deserving of an actual girlfriend or a fiance or a wife, but then you don't want all the other aspects to that comes along with it. And then there's probably certain things that he wants or doesn't want, but it just sounds like you all are kind of just like flirting with the idea.
I'll just to bring some more clarity. I feel like he would want a relationship more than I would.
Right. So if you don't really want a relationship and you just want some dick, why would you want him giving you money though? Do you need money?
Okay, so that's where the ambiguity is coming in. I don't know if no, I don't need money. I live by myself. I'm a homeowner, and the D is just good. You know what I'm saying? But I've always been made to believe.
Well, I don't know if you were made to believe that, or maybe you're misinterpreting what people are saying, because I've never gotten that message from people who talk about men paying and men doing this and men doing that. And I could be wrong, but chat, let me know if I'm misconstruing this. But from what I understand, when women talk about
relationship oriented.
Well, yeah, and then also on top of that, it's like in context of not even just a relationship, but a marriage. We're not talking about you playing house and cohabitating. We're talking about I am married and I'm a man making, let's say, a shitload of money, and my wife, who I essentially want to be just a home, what do you call it? Not a stay-at-home mom, unless if you got the money and the means to do that, then that's one thing, right? But men do wine and dine their wives, and they take them out. They do all these things and stuff. Like, they don't, even the whole 50-50 thing, like, unless you all are like somebody just mentioned, right? This doesn't necessarily apply to like casual relationships. We're the situation you are in is one of, you all are just friends with benefits.
Yeah.
And it sounds like it's a very great situation that you're in, where you are enjoying having sex with a man who has this shit together. He doesn't have kids. You don't have kids. You all are much older in life. And if this is something that you all are agreeing on doing with no strings attached, I don't know why you would expect him to want to give you money or to take you out or do all these things. I mean, that is only in context of a real serious long-term monogamous relationship. But let me ask you another question, though, and I think this is something else that, you know, so you don't want to get married, you don't want kids, and you really don't even want to be bothered really with a serious long-term relationship. Why aren't you giving him money?
Oh, no. That's against my religion.
I mean, he said you talked about him bringing food over, yachting on the breakfast and stuff. What have you done for him?
Shit, a lot.
Like, and don't say sex, because that's
yes, that's enough. That's a lot. Amazing sex.
Nah, that ain't enough. I'm talking about, like, I don't know. All I'm saying is, at the end of the day, well, here's the thing. Let's also break this down a bit, because this is a very interesting situation here. I'm kind of confused to some extent, because I'm just so surprised that you would want this type of treatment, but I don't think she's Muslim. People are asking, are you Muslim?
No.
I think she was just saying this against her religion, in terms of that's just against your core beliefs.
Yeah, that's just not my style. That's not my style.
Yeah, I understood what you were implying. Yes, exactly. Yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't want nothing more else from him. I wouldn't want no money from no man like this. Why not? Because here's the thing, at the end of the day, why would you even want money from him? Why would you want all these things from him when he's not even being upfront and clear with you that he wants to be in a long-term relationship with you? This is at least from what I'm hearing. Like,
yeah, it's just what I've been made to think. Like, if you're gonna take my time, if you're gonna take my body, if you're going to spend, like,
not in a casual relationship, you are agreeing. Y'all are having listen. I don't think you realize this, but you are in the best.
And I don't want to ruin it. And Quan, trust me, I love the situation. I'm just wondering, and that's why I'm asking, like, is that a part? Because I keep talking to him about it, and I have spoken to him about it, and you know, like, I'll talk to him about it one day, like, you know, he'll be like, okay, you know, I'm coming over or whatever. And I'm like, what are you bringing for me? And he's like, do I always have to bring something for you? So I just don't want that to ruin.
Yeah, don't bring that up anymore. Just have fun
going on. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, don't listen. I think you're really misinterpreting what these people are saying. They're not talking about a man taking you out and doing all these things for you in context of a casual, or even really in a boyfriend-girlfriend situation. The worst thing that anybody could do, to be honest with you, is to play house. You need to stop doing that. If you really want to be in a nice, healthy, long-term monogamous relationship, to be quite honest with you, a lot of people, the biggest mistake that people tend to do is that they end up cohabitating. And what ends up happening is you develop unhealthy codependencies with one another. And usually it's born out of, to be honest with you, the both of y'all are just not financially stable and settled. Okay. But people still do this and people somehow make it work, whatever. But in my humble opinion, you're already a homeowner with your own shit, your own mortgage.
Yep.
He has his own shit. I'm assuming he has his own house.
He doesn't have a house. He has an apartment.
Well, he got a lease in his name though,
yes,
right? Like,
yes.
He has his own shit. And he has no kids. Why he don't have no kids? Why is he this? You say he's 38 with no kids.
From what he's told me, he hasn't really met anyone that he would want to like have kids with.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not judging. I'm just trying to clarify. Okay, so yeah, don't bring that shit up no more. Don't, and let him be the one to. If you don't like, just have fun. Just keep going with it. I mean, maybe eventually he'll start buying you stuff, but
yeah,
you telling him you need to be doing this. You need to.
Yeah.
Why are you putting demands on him and y'all not even girlfriend, boyfriend?
And to be honest with you, Quan, that's honest. Like, it's not even my personality. I think over years or months, I've been conditioned like don't allow anybody to play with you like that. You know, like if
But
you
he's not playing with you, y'all playing with each other.
Yeah, true.
This is why I'm confused.
True.
Y'all are literally you all have the best situation possible. You are 41, he's 38. You got your own shit. He got his own shit. He got money. I'm assuming you make enough money to take care of yourself.
And do.
Y'all, I don't know where you live. Where you live, in Atlanta or somewhere? I hear
I live in Atlanta, yeah.
Okay. Where you live, in Lithonia or Stone Mountain somewhere?
No, I actually live north of Atlanta, up in the Marietta area.
Oh, okay. So you are in the best situation possible, where you have your own shit, your own car. You don't. I don't understand why you even want to.
Okay, so
but let me ask you a question. Do you think you like him enough to where you would want to be with him long term?
Absolutely.
But why aren't you? But he wants to be with you long term.
Yes, we have talked about it. Because when you start stepping into the realm of commitment and other it just, I don't know, like it's like, okay, I can't send you on your way, or things are like enforced and
okay, so you just don't like the idea of all the stuff that comes along with marriage.
Yeah, it's all the semantics of relationships that I'm just not mentally there to commit.
What you want is what do they call it? Common law?
Yes, 100%.
Well, here's the thing, and I'm gonna be honest with you. There's nothing wrong with that. I think you have every right to feel the way that you feel because you want to be able to easily break away from the situation if things go awry. Because divorce can be messy. Divorces can be messy, whatever. So I get that. Honestly, I would say you all just continue doing what you're doing. Just be long-term partners. And if it morphs into where you all decide inevitably to want to settle down and get married, then I would say that you all just go and do a destination wedding. You go and you get married and call it life. And then if you don't want to get married and you want to continue to be long-term partners, hell, shit, be on some Oprah and Stedman type shit. Especially if you don't want to have kids and you don't want to, because I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, at the end of the day, you get married, I guess the only other benefits of getting married would be for taxes, and also in the event that one of you all gets sick, you essentially taking vows that you all gonna pretty much be, each other's caretaker.
Yeah.
But I mean, and even then, people don't stick around for that shit, so you never know.
You never know.
All I'm saying is, I think the situation you got going on right now is probably a really good one that I would not put any more demands on it. Now, let me just say this:
Okay.
keep your options open.
Okay.
I don't know. Can you? I mean, do you feel like? Do you get attention from other men? Do you feel like you could talk to other men?
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah.
Shit, I will play the game then. Why not? Why not fuck around? I mean, shit. I mean, you guys are not in a committed relationship.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing: so long as you all don't have that title, you are not obligated to sleep with him exclusively. You are open to any and everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, why not though? I mean, here's the
So
thing
then,
too.
Quan, what is which segues into I think was my third question. What is the obsession of wanting to, you know, just ejaculate in me? Like,
Oh,
what
that
is
is an
that
obsession.
about?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe that is a kink that some men have, but I mean, if you all are having unprotected sex and he's enjoying it, why would a man want to suddenly just pull out and not? I mean, you all are having sex. I mean, not every man is going to want to. Oh my god! Spray all over. I mean,
Yeah.
some men are just not gonna. They just gonna be too into it, and too. It's just too good for them to just want to suddenly, do this whole routine. I mean, and then naturally speaking, that's not normal. It's not normal to be that. To just. I don't think that's a kink. I don't. Now, some men, because of whatever reasons, they are like, "Oh shit! Well, let me be careful,"
Mm-hmm.
But like somebody mentioned in the chat, maybe get your tubes tied if you really
I like
want.
that idea. I just saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would if you really honestly do not want to have kids. If you want to really ensure that does not happen, that's what you need to go do.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and then emo is right. It can be a king. I'm not denying it. I'm just saying though that like I don't think every man out there has it as a king. I just think that that's some men are just now unless he said it that I have every intention to want to I want to do this intentionally, like he's making it a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of weird. And we didn't have to say that, but all I'm saying is I don't think that's a big deal. I think what the bigger deal is the fact that you have kind of expressed some sort of entitlement to him buying you things and doing these other things that just seems very crazy, given that you feel like he should be buying you things and doing things or doing all these things for you. Y'all not even girlfriend, boyfriend. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna leave it at this. I think you have the best situation possible at the moment going for you. I wouldn't rock the boat all too much with that in terms of scaring him off.
Yeah, and that is an apprehension and fear of mine. I definitely don't want to. I like the situation.
Yeah, don't do anything that's gonna weird him out or scare him off.
Yeah.
And then B, listen. At the end of the day, people are people.
Yeah.
You're single, whether you acknowledge this or not. You're single,
Mm-hmm.
so you're an older woman, so you better enjoy this ride while you can. I mean,
It's very enjoyable.
yeah, go out there and enjoy. Like, go and enjoy life, and and all I'm saying is, if at the end of the day if your deepest desire is to be in a long-term monogamous relationship,
Mm-hmm.
there is nothing wrong with wanting that I just think that you might want it on your terms in a way that may not necessarily make sense for how the situation actually will play out in reality. Because have you ever been married before or been in a real serious long-term monogamous relationship?
Yes. I've spent most of my 30s in long-term monogamous relationships, and I've been married once. And
you already know what the deal is.
Yeah.
Man, you just wanted to come up here.
And so because I already know what the deal is, I'm where I am in my life. I've absorbed it so much and it's so enjoyable that I'm like, I can't go back on the other side. I feel like I don't want to go back on the other side. But at the same time, I don't want to push people away either with these frivolous demands and expectations. So I just want to know like when to just kind of fall back, or
I mean, honestly, what you're doing right now, I would say just continue your situation and just go with the flow and just
possibly get my tubes tied.
That's if you want to do that. I'm just saying that if you really don't want to have kids, why not?
Yeah.
Why not? If you truly know deep down inside, you just don't want to have kids. Like, this with 1,000% certainty. You just need to go ahead and get your tubes tied and don't even hesitate, or at least get on birth control. I don't know how that works at such an advanced age. Because technically you would be considered advanced age if you were to go to an OBGYN trying to have kids at 41, but not to say it's impossible, but you don't want to have kids. So if I was in the same bracket but I was a man, yeah, go and get a vasectomy. Shit, why not? But I'm just find it weird though that like that's not even what I'm thinking about. I'm just thinking about the fact that you would want him to pay all that shit. You would want him to do all these things and take you out and go here and go there.
And here's the thing, Quan. Even let me simplify it a little bit more as well. Even when I say when I talk about the money factor, I think I'm just also referencing just being considerate. And considerate can just mean, I'm not saying you need to drop 20 bands on the dresser. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying...
No. I get what you're saying. You want him to occasionally, like, buy you...
Yeah, like, if you go to the store and you're like, oh, I think, babe would like this or whatever. Let me get this for her. Or, you know what I mean? It's just, I think things like that just sweeten a relationship to me.
But y'all not in a relationship.
Or, okay, fine. Okay.
That's what I'm trying to get you to understand, that like,
and maybe I have to rewire my mind to that. So and for me, like, one of my love languages is, gift giving and acts of service and stuff. So I feel like, okay, no, we're not in a relationship, but I still want my love language to be activated in some kind of way.
Listen, you want way too much for what you got going on.
All right.
You need to reset them expectations, because I'm telling you right now, y'all not in a relationship, man. Y'all are literally just fucking around with each other, and you literally. But see, this is the problem of what happens when you literally are having sex with people and you don't know how to compartmentalize your emotions from your physical needs. See, and this is why women, y'all you're trying to play the game of a man. You don't have the emotional bandwidth to do this.
Okay.
But see, a man, we were like, well, shit, we just fucking around. We just fucking, we some pussy. Blah, 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 blah. But you, on the other hand, you're like, yeah, I'm fucking around, but I still want to be treated like somebody's girlfriend, somebody's wife, somebody's fiance. You don't deserve any of that until that man has literally come out the gate and said, I want to be with you and you alone exclusively. Until y'all come to that agreement, which I'm going to be honest with you. You want to be completely honest? Y'all kind of ruined that. You made it way too good for him to want to feel like in my mind, if I was him, I'll be like, you know what, she's cool and all, and I can kind of see myself with her, but you know what, I'ma still fuck, cause you know what, she let me nut up in her, she let me do all this stuff, and she don't ask for too much shit. I just go over there with some damn motherfucking Chick-fil-A biscuits and some damn hash browns, and sometimes I might take her to damn Waffle House, or we might get some wings, some American Deli, and that's about it. I love this. I love this situation. Shit, I don't gotta deal with no woman. But now you starting to nag when you keep asking why I ain't doing this, why I ain't doing that. But what? We not together. But then again, you said he's trainable, which then kind of has me thinking like, well, what does that mean? Because now, if he is trainable, why is he not doing all these things that you're telling him that he should be doing?
So throughout the past, so I'll say this: at the beginning, he wasn't, until I started expressing it that there is a lack in that area, and he has beget. You know what I mean? Like he's done better. He's been doing better, and he has done better. Even things.
Wait a minute! You are literally putting expectations on a man that is not even your boyfriend.
Okay, so I'll back off. I'll back off.
Yeah, I think you should. You literally told me you don't want to have no kids, and you just want to get piped down.
I couldn't help it.
Now you want this man to be treating you like you in the motherfucking Jagged Edge video. You literally want to be treated like you in the motherfucking Genuine video from motherfucking 2003 or some shit, or a Carl Thomas video.
Yeah.
You need to get them R&B romance fantasies out of your head right now, because you realize you are playing a game that only men can play. You are fucking. That's it.
Yeah.
There ain't no relationship. You got these expectations. Why I want this, I want that. Bam, y'all are just fucking.
Yeah.
Y'all are fucking, and I'm gonna be honest with you. If you really want to play this game, I don't think you realize you playing a game that, quite honestly, like I said, this is something that only men see. This is a case study right here, where you hear all these women get on social media and they talk about, gotta think like a man and Y'all ain't built to do this. Y'all are built to want to be in long-term, stable relationships with one man, because from a perspective of evolution and just nature, y'all can't be going out here running around with every single man that comes your way, because society would, it would become chaotic. And plus, if you think about it from the perspective of nature, you can only be pregnant once in a year. Well, technically, you could be technically pregnant twice. But what I'm saying is, y'all, men are supposed to be if we're going to be quite honest, men are more physically capable of going out here and just run and screwing and having all these different relationships and compartmentalizing these relationships in their heads, because men don't develop the same emotional attachments that women do. See, for a lot of men, at the end of the day, it's just about the physical feeling of having sex. But women, on the other hand, y'all want sex and the emotion, the feelings, all these, the validation, the feelings, but the situation you've created with them, that is not. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just, that's not where you all are at. And I think you've set a precedent for him to where he's flirting with the idea of a long-term relationship. But in the back of his head, he's like, well, shit, she don't really even want that. I mean, she kind of does, but she kind of doesn't, whatever. I mean, You're literally giving him mixed signals. And really what you messed up at, and we're going to be quite honest, I'm not saying that you shouldn't not have sex, but given that you've already been in previous relationships, given that you've already have, you know, is there something? Oh, I thought it was like a bug on me or something, tweaking. Shit, I'm like losing my mind. I was getting paranoid for a second because I felt like a bug jumped on me or something. Anyways, you've already been married once. You've had a considerable number of long-term relationships. I mean, it sounds like you do want to be in one, though. We're going to be quite honest. You just don't want to get burnt again.
Yeah.
And that's. I mean, you just got to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
And, you know, hey, listen, this is life. Like, there's people out there who've been married 2, 3, 4 times. I mean,
yeah.
You just gotta. But you want a relationship. That's what it sounds like to me. You just are afraid of really expressing that and verbalizing that. But I'm letting you know right now, you're playing a man's game.
Okay.
Just continuously having sex with somebody, and then you don't have no real commitment, no relationship. And see, I'm telling you, men can do that.
Yeah.
Just move on to the next woman like it's nothing. Women cannot do this. Women, they can't, because women, y'all are you put a lot of emotional investment into a relationship. Now, I'm not saying you can't play the game, but I'm saying if you're going to play the game, then abide by the rules. So either you want to be in a relationship or you just want to fuck around and get some dick. And then when he can't give it to you, you're like, okay, whatever, nigga. Hey, Quantavious, where you at? what time did you come over? Because I need to get dick down. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that is what a man would do. A man would be like, man, this bitch, man, fuck her. You know, like, and then he would like, let me call this other bitch up right quick. Let me see what the fuck she know. Let me see what she got going on. This is how men think. Men literally. Well, I should say niggas. This is how niggas think.
But Quan, here's the thing though. We've had conversations about, me also dating other people, or like,
But why does this need to be a conversation if y'all not exclusive?
Like it's just something. It's just just pillow talk. Just kind of like, it's not like a conversation alluding to something or like this is what it's about to happen. And he's gotten furious, like as in I don't really want you with it, even though we don't have a label on our situation. He always expresses he does not want me seeing anybody else.
Well, if that's the case, then he needs to tell you, well, I don't want you to see anybody else, and I want you to be my girlfriend, and I want to be exclusive. And if he can't verbalize that, I'm gonna be honest with you. Then he's fucking with you. Because I'm sorry, but until he says I don't want you fucking with nobody else, then nah, he's playing games. I'm sorry, because I'm letting you know right now, if we're not officially girlfriend, boyfriend, we don't got no labels, okay? None of that. You mean to tell me after I get done knocking the motherfucking Mario coins out your coochie, I'm gonna sit up there, be up in your ear, and tell you ain't gonna fuck with nobody else because it's my pussy. No, it's not your pussy, nigga. My pussy is my pussy. And I'm gonna give my pussy to whoever I want to give it to.
Okay.
That is the type of confidence that you need to have. Literally, because you're gonna let you're a grown ass woman, 41 years old, you're gonna let another grown ass man tell you what you can and cannot do with your vagina? Man, fuck that. Fuck that. You like, no. Until you tell me we are boyfriend, girlfriend, and you want me to be exclusive, I don't know why you even had to explain this to him. Why? I would have been like, I would never told him shit. I would have been like, man,
Just do it. It is like he doesn't have to know. Just live my life.
You got your own place. You got your own house. You don't have a name on your mortgage. He's not paying your bills. He's not. He doesn't even take you out. Why does he feel the need for you to tell you what you can and cannot do? That is, ma'am. You know this. You know this. You know this. Listen.
Excessive.
Listen. He's playing you. He got you fucked up. He got you fucked up. That don't make no damn sense because it sounds like you dealing with I don't know, a guy who's somewhat insecure. Because I'm sorry, but if y'all are not official, y'all ain't got no type of like.
Do I just need to end the situation, Quan?
No.
Because here's
the thing. There is no situation to end though, because y'all are not in this. Y'all are just fucking around. So until this is where I'm confused. Until he actually, and I'm gonna leave it at this because I got to go pretty soon. But I think you're playing a game where honestly y'all are too grown to not know this stuff. Y'all are in your 40s. And y'all are having these conversations as if you are literally 22 and 23 years old. This is a bit ridiculous. I'm sorry, but he knows better, and I think you know better too.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I'm like, well, damn. First, you want him to feel like, but now I can understand why you want him to be paying for things or doing these things or doing this or doing that, because he's putting into your ear that, well, I don't want you slipping around with other people.
Exactly. Somebody in the chat said now it makes sense why she's raising the price on him, because he's the one that's like.
So he started saying this even before, from the get-go? Like, when did he start talking like this?
I would say maybe like 3 months into us dealing with each other. I don't know if it was maybe he's so overcome by our sex that he's like, I don't want you messing around, or I'm like, are you starting to catch feelings? That's another thing too. I'm trying to figure out where, like, now his heart is. Like, is he just talking with his dick, or is he?
This dude is. I'm gonna be honest with you. He's 38, Artsy Ginger. Yeah, he's gaslighting you, and he's trying to make you think more than what it is. I agree with Margot. So listen, this situation, I'm gonna be honest with you. He's playing you.
Oh man.
In a way, you're kind of playing him too, but he's really playing you. He got the upper hand in this relationship. And what he's trying to do is keep you off to the side and keep you kind of sequestered off to where he might be fucking around with other people, but he's essentially keeping you in a place where if he decides that he doesn't want to do this anymore, he can just walk away, because we were never anything in the first place. But if you start to make moves that suggest that you might, and like Monique said, he's holding you in the queue. So
what did she say? He's holding me what?
You're in the holding queue. You are essentially. I mean, he's playing you. I mean, there's just no other way to put it. Like, you are. You're. He's just using you for sex and the possibility that maybe if something else doesn't go through, or once he gets around to it, okay, fine, fuck it, let me just go ahead and settle down, and or use you as a place, like somebody said, a placeholder.
Placeholder, yeah.
Yeah. You are a placeholder pussy to him at this point. And you don't need to be this at 41. I'm sorry. It's too many dudes out there, according to you, that you could go ahead and find and mess around with. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I would tell him that. I would be like, look, we're cool and all, and yeah, I like fucking you, but what are we?
Yeah.
Because I'm not gonna keep fucking around with you if you want me to not be messing around and do this and do that. And no, you gotta set boundaries. You gotta set a boundary. You gotta tell them straight up now, soon as possible. What are we doing? So I don't know if this nigga coming over tomorrow or tonight, whenever next time you see him, before you even spread your legs open, take them panties off. You need to tell him, look, what's going on? And don't even have him come over.
Okay.
Get on the phone tonight. Once we get off this phone, because y'all talk usually at night.
Yeah.
When I end this live, you need to call him up and be like, look, what are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing? Because, yeah, I like you. You like me, but we need to go. We need to be official if we're going to keep fucking around with each other and whatnot. And this is where we like, if we, that or like Essence said, I just cut him off, right? Yeah. Either way, here's the thing. You need to set a boundary, like a hard boundary.
Yeah.
Y'all got too much ambiguity going on to where either you need to completely ghost him and find some new dick, or you need to be, but if you really care for him, okay, because it sounds like you do, but if you really care for him and you feel like
not to where I won't put the number on block now and really start over on something else. Like if it's just way too opaque, like too.
I think for the sake of your own conscience, what does he live? Does he live far away from you? And
no, he lives pretty close.
He'd have been to your house plenty of times.
And somebody said your online coach said he's gonna ask who's been up in your ear, because I have tried to do that before, and that has been the question: who have you been talking to? And I'm like, no, I'm not talking to. There's been no one that I've been talking to.
Listen, you need to tell him straight up. Nah, he manipulating you. Nah, I'm good on that one. That's a red flag. That's narcissistic abuse. That's textbook manipulation, gaslighting. That shit is so motherfucking 2005. We about to be in a whole.
Oh my God.
Yeah. People can't be using these tactics no more. That shit may have you might have been able to get away with that shit 20 years ago, but this dude is playing you. And what he's done is, and you don't even realize it, he got you thinking that you don't want to be in a relationship, and you do.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this shit is. You really do want to be in a relationship, but he got you so fucked up mentally to some extent, because the sex is good, and that's a very good, what's the word that I'm looking for? Like, it's a very, like, the sex has been somewhat of a, you're somewhat intoxicated off of it.
Yeah.
Where your blinders are kind of on, and so you really can't see the situation for what it is.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to make a decision. You need to just tell him straight up, like, look, I don't think we should do this anymore, because clearly, you don't want to be in a relationship with me, and I don't think I want to be in a relationship with you.
Yeah.
And that, or what you need to do is you need to tell him straight up, I can't mess with you unless we're going to be in a relationship. But I don't know if you want to be in a relationship with somebody like that. Now, what you can do is you want to flip the game back on him. You need to start acting like what you gonna do for me? I want to go on this cruise, and I like start flipping it back on him. Start playing his game. Be like, I want when you gonna take me out, and when you gonna do this, and when you gonna do that. So now I can just kind of see why you've been doing this. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Fuck all that. That ain't gonna work. That's not working. Clearly, that's not working.
Yeah.
I think you need to set a hard boundary.
Okay.
You're way too deep into this now, like Margot said. You need to set this hard boundary.
Yeah.
Either with it or you ain't with it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna be honest with you, and I think the chat is in agreement with this.
Mm-hmm.
I think most people would agree that y'all need to break this off and you need to move on to somebody else. That's what I would think you should do, because this right here, this sounds like a situation where he might start stalking you. He might, I don't know. You never know what
I have thought about that, and I do fear that as well.
Yeah, I mean, you let him nut up and you shit. Yeah, I mean, and then he got this is, ma'am. I think you know what you need to do. You just need to set a hard boundary. You know what you should do? Start scaring him off with church. That's a good. You go to church?
Here's the thing. I don't go to church. He goes to church. Oh my God. He's the one that goes to church. I don't. I'm not. Yeah, like I'm not agnostic, but
he's a motherfucking Christian sociopathic narcissist. See,
there's a good title for your book, Quan, for your next book.
I was gonna sit up here and tell you can scare this nigga off with some church. Because one thing I know for sure, telling the nigga you about to go back to church is like putting raid on some damn roaches. You gonna scare them away. They gonna move away. But nope, you done went and you done
He's even asked me, like, do you want to come to church with me? I'm like, no.
You done find you a God-fearing freak.
Yes. Yes.
You got yourself entangled into a very weird situation. I hope you realize this, right? You got a man who is literally 38 years old, no children, goes to church, and he is having sex with a woman unprotected, nutting up in you. You need to figure out a way how to ghost his mother. But you need to end it. You need to end it.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
You need to like chop. Nope. Done. Because that is weird. Because truth be told, now that we've brought up the whole religion thing and he's going to church like this, he knows better. He's manipulating you. Dealing with a lunatic. I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
And I hate to be the receiver of bad news, but it is what it is.
Do you feel like it's bad news? Or you've kind of seen these red flags?
Yeah. Well, I don't feel like cutting him off necessarily is bad news.
You're not gonna be able to do that. You're gonna have to figure out a very clever way of how to back away.
Yeah. But I do feel, there's been narcissism, there's been manipulation, there's been some eyebrow raising, like, why do you just want me to yourself? But at the same time, like, you don't want me. You know what I mean? Just there's definitely been conversations or times of like eeriness where like, okay, this is weird,
Yeah, you need to back away. You need to back away. At least, or what you should do, somebody said stay until he dumps you. Easy. That's another possibility too. But see, here's the thing why you can't trust a man like this. I hope you are routinely getting tested, because I'm sorry, but a Christian man, this sound like you dating a motherfucking what was his name from Reese Tisa's
I forgot his name.
You dealing with one of them types.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, and I'm not trying to be funny. Legion, that was his name. Let me ask you a question, and I'm not trying to be funny.
None taken.
Okay. He ain't got no kids. What does this nigga look like?
Um,
How tall is he? How big is he? What does he look like?
so I'm 5'5". He's a tad bit shorter than me. He's 5'4". He's very good looking in the face. He darker skin. He's probably about 2 shades darker than you are.
How much does he weigh?
Oh, he is medium build. He's not overweight. He's not super skinny.
How much does
Um,
nigga weigh?
how much does he weigh? Oh, okay. If I were to guess, I would say maybe like one. Actually, he told me. I think he's at like 163 now.
He sounds kind of short and kind of like stout.
He's stout. Yes, that's how I would describe him. He's
This
stout.
sound like a Marcus. Is this nigga's name Marcus? This sound like a nigga named Marcus. Why all short niggas' names be not Marcus? What's his name? What's his name?
His name is Andre.
Andre. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not. I don't listen. Short men, they deserve to have love, but a 5'4", 165 pounds. I can't even envision that, to be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. You already
Yeah,
should.
because I'm 5'5". I'm 5'5", and when we stand up, my head is definitely over. Like we can either be almost like the same height, or I'm a tad bit taller than him. So I'm like, okay, he's got to be an inch, shorter than
And
me.
is he Black American?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like he ain't what
Oh,
5'4"?
he's mixed with Jamaican and Haitian.
I knew it was something, because ain't no way in hell you gonna meet a born and bred down south American Negro that is 5'4". I knew it was something, but I ain't got nothing against people from different countries or whatever. But 5'4", 5'4", 38 years old. No man, you got a lot of red flags. There's red flags all over this shit. 5'4",
Oh my God.
100, ma'am. This nigga sound like he's built like a pit bull. Is he built?
He's not. No, no, he's definitely not thick. He's not heavy. He's not overweight. He
Are you a
actually
BBW?
no. It like my going on the scale. Yes, you would think that I'm overweight, but like if you see me standing up, you would think that I'm a good like 160.
Oh, okay.
But on the scale says 200 pounds. Like I am. I don't know if it's such a thing, but like I'm definitely big bone, but I'm not flabby.
I only ask because I'm just trying to figure out this man's psychology
Quan, how can I send you a picture?
of him. Hello?
How can I send you a picture?
Of him on Instagram. Quan Millz Books.
Okay. I'll send you a picture of him.
You sent it. You just sent it now.
No, I didn't. I haven't sent it yet because if I get off, then I'll have to
Oh,
lose a live.
but you don't know his. What's his? Does he use his real name on Instagram?
I don't know any of his Instagram profile.
Okay. Well, I don't know,
I'm
man.
gonna tell you who he looks like, Quan. I'm gonna give you a. To me, he is very much like a Ray J.
He's a 5'4" Ray J. I can't even envision that.
He looks just like Ray J. And who else would I say? He's also told me that they're like, I forgot who. More so, I will say Ray J. He definitely has the face for Ray J. and also the build.
Well,
So he's
Ranger ain't
not
5'4".
Okay, so well,
5'4" on a man. I'm telling you right now. I'm not trying to be a height discriminator, but 5'4" is. That is short.
Yeah.
That is really short, especially. I can't even envision that. And I'm thinking I'm short. I'm 5'10". But 5'4" is very. That is.
I could text him and ask him how tall he is for sure. Hold on, let me see. Hold on.